welcome to the Rob Burgess Show. I'm, of course, your host, Rob Burgess. On this, our 153rd episode, our returning guest is Jonathan Fowler. You first heard Jonathan Fowler on episodes 2, 10, 20, 21, 29, 30, 31, 32, 34, 35, 43, 48, 51, 56, 64, 74, 83, 92, 102, 103, 104, 105, 106, 107, 108, 109, 111, 114, 115, 116, 119, 126, 127, 133, 137, 140, 146, 147, 149, and episode 82, which also featured fellow regular guest Ash Burgess of the podcast. Jonathan graduated with a BA in History from Indiana University in 2006. He is an unabashed left-wing political junkie. He has lived and worked in South Korea for over 10 years, trying to help the citizens of that great nation hopefully talk pretty one day. And now on to the show.
Well, I think you sold this debate a little bit short because you said that it wasn't as exciting as the first night, and actually I thought there was some pretty, a lot of sparks happening at certain moments here, so...
Okay, yeah. Well, good. I'm glad if you saw something there that I didn't quite see, or, I mean, there were definitely moments and things that happened, but, between the first debate, the original one where, Kamala Harris just landed a body blow on Biden, and then, Bernie and Warren, the twin flamethrower battle, battle royale that was. I mean, between those two, I don't know. I just didn't see as much in this one, but I don't know. You'll have to enlighten me a little bit here.
Right.
Yeah, so how are things going in general, though?
Oh, going pretty good. Yeah, we're going to go to the library here later, so we're just, kids are just playing with their various toys while we're talking, so you may hear some background noises from them. So.
Okay. All right, good to know. Yeah. Yeah, it's been a pretty crazy time. I'm trying to think about what's gone on over the past. I feel like there's a lot of stuff to talk about. I mean, as far as what's going on in the world right now, I mean,
oh, yeah.
Donald Trump wants to buy Greenland. Is that right?
That's what I hear.
I mean, I don't know. I can't tell if this is another thing where he's trying to change the media narrative or something again or something, although I think that's always been a little bit overblown. I don't know. Israel has banned Rashida Tlaib and Omar what's her name?
Ilhan Omar,
yeah. From entering Israel, which,
The decision to ban me and my colleagues, the first two Muslim American women elected to Congress, is nothing less than an attempt by an ally of the United States to suppress our ability to do our jobs as elected officials. But this is not just about me. Netanyahu's decision to deny us entry might be unprecedented for members of Congress, but it is the policy of his government when it comes to Palestinians. This is the policy of his government when it comes to anyone who holds views that threaten the occupation, a policy that has been edged on and supported by Trump's administration. That's because the only way to preserve unjust policy is to suppress people's freedom of expression, freedom of association, and freedom of movement. My colleague and I are not the only ones who are being denied the right to see for ourselves the reality on the ground on the West Bank. The Netanyahu government, for example, is currently trying to deport Omar Shakir, a human rights worker with Human Rights Watch, because he has reported on human rights conditions in the West Bank and Gaza. Last year, the Netanyahu government refused entry to American citizen Catherine Frank and my friend Vince Warren, who had arrived on a human rights mission. All of these actions have do nothing to bring us closer to peace. In fact, they do the opposite. They maintain the occupation and prevent a solution to the conflict. Fortunately, we in the United States have a constructive role to play. We give Israel more than $3 million in aid every year. This is predicated on their being an important ally in the region and the only democracy in the Middle East. But denying visit to duly elected members of Congress is not consistent with being an ally, and denying millions of people freedom of movement or expression or self-determination is not consistent with being a democracy.
Growing up in a city that has been at the center of many social justice movements for civil rights, labor rights, and equality, and absorbing those lessons has shaped who I am today and drives me to push for peace and justice for the Palestinian and Israeli people. As a young girl visiting Palestine to see my grandparents and extended family, I watched as my mother had to go through dehumanizing checkpoints. Even though she was a United States citizen and proud American, I was there when my city was in a terrible car accident, and my cousins and I cried so she could have access to the best hospitals, which were in Jerusalem. I remember shaking with fear when checkpoints appeared in the small village of Bet Or el-Foka, tanks and guns everywhere. I remember visiting East Jerusalem with my then husband, and him escorted off the bus, although he was a United States citizen, just so security forces could harass him. All I can do as my city's granddaughter, as the granddaughter of a woman who lives in occupied territory, is to elevate her voice by exposing the truth the only way I know how. As my Detroit public schools teachers taught me, by humanizing the pain of oppression. Our delegation trip included meetings with Israeli veterans who were forced to participate in military occupation. They also desperately want peace and self-determination for their Palestinian neighbors. They could have shed light into injustices of raids, shootings, demolitions, and child detention. The delegation would have seen firsthand why walls are destructive, not productive. They could have asked the people in Bethlehem how walls cut people off away from economic opportunities, from a way to live, and do psychological damage that lasts forever. All I can do as her granddaughter is help humanize her and the Palestinian people's plight. I know that when we can finally see them as deserving of human dignity, everyone who lives there will be able to live in peace. It is unfortunate that Prime Minister Netanyahu has apparently taken a page out of Trump's book, and even direction from Trump to deny this opportunity. And yes, while folks are shocked that this happened to us, but today we will hear from folks who will help show the reality for many who have been barred from going into Israel, not to be even able to reach the Palestinian people. They are fellow Americans who cannot visit their families or their loved ones. They should be all of us should be deeply disturbed. All of us Americans should be deeply disturbed.
You know, they're very happy to pay to bring over Congress people, including new Congress people, to get them on board with the pro-Israel agenda when they're, you know, freshman senators or whatever. Mm-hmm. But if you're with the BDS movement or something, they will ban you from entering their country.
Yeah.
So when it's violence or something, same thing with, you know, anything with the Black Lives Matter or something, or protesting Trump, when it's, you know, Antifa or something, they always say, oh, just, you can protest, you can have your freedom of speech, but just don't be violent. And then people go to something that's nonviolent, like taking a knee at the sports games, or
no, not like that.
just protesting or even boycotting a country, which is the same thing that people did, right-thinking people did during the 1980s against South Africa.
South Africa, yeah.
And then they'll say, oh, no, that's unacceptable. That's unpatriotic. It's anti-Semitic. It's, you know, whatever it is. Like they, you know, they always move the goalpost.
Oh, sure.
So,
Yeah,
But
it's pretty ridiculous, but yeah, that's been interesting to watch because I think didn't Talib refuse to go after they said she could?
yeah, which was the correct. I mean, it's a sad story because her grandma lives there apparently still.
Ah,
I mean, but again, this just highlights the perversion of the whole situation. She's a Palestinian American, and she can't return to see her own family in Palestine
mm,
because the
mm-hmm.
powers that be over there say it's not acceptable because of a political stance that she has.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, you know, as for me, I'm still rolling with the squad as far as how things are going these days. So
Oh yeah, they can all just share the presidency week to week, as far as I'm concerned. Just
yeah,
kind of a
I don't
rotating
know.
cast. That's fine.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. I don't know. I don't know. Whatever. I think Bernie talked about tying the finances of the money that America gives or loans or weapon systems that we sell to Israel or whatever
hmm
to their allowing Congress people to freely come and go or whatever.
mm
Senator, good to see you. What's your reaction to President Trump asking the president of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu, to do this, and Netanyahu obliging?
Well, I wish I could tell you, Ali, that I am shocked. I am not. We have a president who tragically is a racist, is a xenophobe, and who is a religious bigot. But the idea that a member of the United States Congress cannot visit a nation, which, by the way, we support to the tune of billions and billions of dollars, is clearly an outrage. And if Israel doesn't want members of the United States Congress to visit their country to get a firsthand look at what's going on, and I've been there many, many times, but if he doesn't want members to visit, maybe he can respectfully decline the billions of dollars that we give to Israel.
Over time, in excess of $140 billion, last year alone, $3 billion in various types of aid. You've actually suggested that might be used to leverage some of Israel's behavior that Representatives Omar and Talib are critical of, as you've been critical of.
Well, all that I am saying is that we need a Middle East policy which is even-handed, which protects the independence and the safety of Israel, but also shows respect to the Palestinian people, many of whom in Gaza and elsewhere are suffering incredibly. Unemployment rate off the charts. People cannot leave their community. And I think what the United States should be doing, especially with the enormous amount of money we're spending there, is to demand that Israel and the Palestinian leadership sit down and start working out their differences and create peace in that troubled region.
Senator, I'm never going to pass an opportunity when you're on with me to talk about the economy. I want to talk about what's going on this week. Donald Trump's trade war, the effect that it's having. Look, he's been roundly criticized for the way he's handled this, not critical of the fact that he and some of his supporters believe that China needs to be dealt with differently. You too have had views, and many of your supporters have had views that we lose out to manufacturing that comes from low-wage countries like China. Watching what you're watching now, how would a President Bernie Sanders deal with trade issues differently? Because you were against the TPP. You have come out against a lot of these trade agreements. Yep. So how would you handle matters differently so that we don't get ourselves into the pickle we're in right now?
Well, first of all, you don't do trade policy by tweet. You don't have a belligerent policy toward our allies all over the world. What you do is sit down with the stakeholders, which is labor, which are farmers, and you work out a trade policy which works for ordinary Americans and not just large corporations, which has historically been what our trade policy is about. Look, the truth is that if you looked at NAFTA and PNTR with China, that has cost us some 4 million jobs. So I happen to believe in trade. I'm a strong believer in trade, but it cannot be unfettered free trade, which it really is not. It's nothing free about it. But it has to be fair trade which protects American workers and farmers.
Senator, when you got into government, trade, I'm making this up, but it was somewhere around 20% of global GDP. It's now somewhere around 60, in excess of 60% of GDP. The world got richer for it. GDP is higher. Corporate profitability is higher. The fact is there's more money because of trade. We haven't used that money to train people, to retrain people, to equip people for the future. Is trade really the enemy, or is how we deal with the profits from trade the problem?
Well, Ali, I think trade is one of the problems. Automation and artificial intelligence, which are going to cost us many, many jobs, are another part of the problem. But to answer your question, when we talk about the overall economy, it's more than trade. You have to look at a situation where today you have 3 people owning more wealth than the bottom half of American society. That's not just trade. There's a lot of factors involved there. You have major corporations like Amazon not paying a nickel in federal income taxes. You got half of the American people working paycheck to paycheck. 87 million Americans are either uninsured or underinsured. And tonight, some 500,000 Americans are going to be sleeping out on the street when 49% of all new income goes to the top 1%. So the bottom line there is trade is one of the issues, not the only one. We need an economy and a government that works for everybody, not just the 1%, which is currently the case.
What does it look like to work for everybody? And I know we'll get to Medicare for all in a second, because that's one of the things you say will work for everybody. But what does it mean for the rest of people who are not employed? Who it's not a huge percentage of our population. It's a very low percentage, but it's stubborn. There are a number of people in this country, somewhere around 10 million people, who are not participating in this economy.
But Ali, it's not just the unemployed. And you're right, there are more than we think, and they're hurting. It is, in fact, tens of millions of people who are trying to get by today on 10, 11, 12 bucks an hour. You can't do it. It is people in Vermont and in California working 2 or 3 jobs in order to pay the bills that their families are needing. It is elderly people who are trying to get by on $12,000, $13,000 a year Social Security. It is people, 1 out of 5 people cannot afford the medicine that their doctors prescribe. So the truth is, you got an economy that's doing really, really well for the people on top, but a lot of people are hurting in the bottom 50%, and that is an issue we've got to talk about.
All right, let's talk about Medicare for all. You know, I like talking about this with you.
Yes,
Kevin,
I know.
coming from Canada, I understand what everybody having health care looks like. However, one of the things you and I have talked about is that there will be structural change with your plan. There will be people put out of their jobs, and there'll be a transition, and you've talked about it taking at least 4 years to get done, if not longer. Now we have a different problem on our hands. We have a president. We're 10 years and 2 months into an expansion. It's a very long one. At some point, there's going to be a recession. There are some people saying this president might march us headlong into one with his trade policies. What happens? Bernie Sanders wins the election. President Bernie Sanders, are you going to implement Medicare for all right off the top if you happen to be in a bad economy?
Oh, absolutely. Well, this will improve the economy. When you got 87 million people who can't afford to go to the doctor, you got 30,000 people who are going to die this year because they don't get to a doctor when they should. When you have 500,000 people, it's unbelievable, 500,000 people go bankrupt because they cannot afford the outrageous medical bills they get.
Only country in the developed world where that happens.
That's right. So if you're asking me, overall, will it improve the economy to have Medicare for all over a 4-year transition? The answer is absolutely yes. And I'll tell you one of the things we don't talk enough about. It will help home health care for the elderly who don't have to go into a nursing home because my legislation covers home health care. The other thing it does, which is pretty amazing, is that if you are in a job right now, and there are millions of people who are at a job that they really don't like, but they're there because they get decent health care. When you have Medicare for all, suddenly you're going to see a whole lot of people starting small businesses, going out and doing all kinds of incredible things because they are not now chained down at a job which they have only because they have decent health care.
I don't know. I think it's a step in the right direction. So I'm excited to see it. If we get a Bernie Sanders in office, I'm excited to see, what Israel does. If they want to stick with Netanyahu, or if they want to put somebody in power there who can, work with the new America.
Yeah, I mean, they're basically just banking on the fact that Trump and Netanyahu have this relationship, but if there's not that relationship anymore, he's got plenty of personal problems. He's got corruption scandals and all the rest. So, I mean, maybe they would throw him overboard. Who knows? So,
Yeah. Yeah, that's one mess. I'm trying to think what the other messes are these days.
it looks like North
the
Korea's
economy.
Oh yeah, the economy. Well, I was gonna say North Korea shooting stuff off into the ocean, but yeah, the economy.
Yeah. Well, North Korea is a whole nother story. I don't know why they're angry right now. I think it's because there's some sort of war games going on between South Korea and America right now, and they basically said they don't want to deal with South Korea anymore. They want to deal directly with Trump or with China or whoever. They don't want to cut South Korea in, which is, I'm sure, glory hog that he is, I'm sure Trump would be happy to do that, but obviously any kind of negotiation that happens without South Korea at the table is it's not going to go anywhere. And it's interesting because Moon Jae-in, the president of South Korea, has made, kind of renewing the sunshine policy of the two previous left-wing presidents kind of a part of his thing here. And now Kim Jong-un is basically saying he doesn't want to deal with Moon Jae-in right now. And it's, frustrating and short-sighted because probably, if I had to guess, I would say probably the next president of South Korea is going to be a right-winger because the economy's been going badly. A lot of people are blaming Moon Jae-in. Feminism versus men's rights stuff is heating up over here as an issue.
Oh no.
Yeah. There's a lot of kind of anti-Moon Jae-in sentiment and stuff, and so Kim Jong-un may be kicking himself after Moon Jae-in's gone and wishing he had somebody like this to negotiate with, because my guess is the next president is not going to be like this. So.
But anyway, you were going to talk about the economy.
Yeah, well, the South Korean economy is not doing so great. We're boycotting Japan, and Japan is boycotting us, and they blocked. Basically, what happened was the South Korean Supreme Court said that certain Japanese companies had to pay restitution to, I think, forced laborers or something, or the comfort women or something. I'm not sure exactly how it ties in. There was some injustice during World War II or during the colonial period that the Japanese companies were going to be required to pay to certain victims in Korea, but they refused to do it. And Japan stopped exporting certain crucial parts for semiconductors to South Korea. And semiconductors is one of the major industries in South Korea. So that hurt the economy. And then the Korean people basically, kind of in fits and starts, with government support or without government support, just started boycotting everything Japanese. You used to be able to buy 4 tall boy beers for $10 over here at convenience stores, and there were a lot of international beers and stuff, and now all the Japanese beers have been taken off the deal, so you have to buy Korean or European or other Chinese even beers.
Wow.
It's a sad story. No more,
it is a sad story.
Asahi or Kirin Ichiban or I mean, I could still get them, I guess, but just not for the same price.
So, when our tall boys start getting taken down, what's next?
Yeah, that's really hitting me in the paycheck. That's really hitting me in the pocketbook.
That's those kitchen table issues that people talk about.
Yeah. Sometimes, if I had a kitchen table, I'd probably drink there.
It sounds like a country song.
It does. Wow. Good call. Yeah, tonight I'm drinking a Goose Island IPA.
Ah, interesting. Yeah, I've had Goose Island before. They're good. Out of Chicago, I believe.
Oh, are they?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah, it's nothing special. It's not my favorite IPA, but I'm just happy that Korea is starting to wake up to the IPA a little bit. So.
What about the sour beers? Do you get those over there yet?
Sour beers? Like, I don't know. What do you mean?
Just like sour ales. That's the new craft beer thing in America now. Is like sour beers. I don't know much about it, but.
Huh. No, I'm not familiar with it. I mean, I'll have to look around. Probably some of the more, forward-looking places have got them already, but I'm not aware of it. So.
Yeah.
but yeah, the what's going on in America, the economy is starting to. I mean,
Hmm.
we're probably going into a recession here. It looks like. I mean,
Yeah, which is bad for people in general, but it may be good for us overall because it's hard to argue that you should give Trump 4 more years if it's a bad economy, because that's usually the thing where it's like, well, I know everything else is terrible, but at least if the economy is okay,
yeah,
you know what I mean? So it's like, yeah, maybe it would be bad in the short term, but maybe it's what we need to get, get things moving in the right direction. And also, the Democrats in the House are saying that they're doing impeachment already somehow just by making these requests for documents and
I
stuff.
don't
No, I
buy it.
don't buy it
That's
either.
such a stupid thing to say. Like,
Yeah.
oh, we're already, come on.
Hmm.
Don't. I mean, I know they have to
Not
say
actually
that because,
happening.
yeah,
Yeah.
they,
Well, more
yeah.
than half of their caucus is for impeachment now, so they have to say something. So, yeah.
I thought it was something where now, again, there's just so much stuff going on in the news. It's really hard for
Mhm.
me to get very specific, but I thought that there was they were able to get certain documents or something released if it was under the guise of an impeachment thing. And so they were kind of wink, wink, nod, nod. Yes, yes, we are in an impeachment investigation. So you should give us those documents.
Mhm.
But they aren't actually,
No.
going full bore into an, impeachment. And who knows? I mean, Nancy Pelosi may flip the switch on it at January 1st and, to try to hit him right as we're getting into serious campaign season. But
Mhm.
I just wish they'd do it. It needs to be done.
Yeah, and they can slow walk it all the way till past the election if that's what they're worried about, the Senate or whatever. Hell, let's have the hearings for the next year. Just do it. Let's just have this
Yeah.
drawn out thing where we slowly have drip, drip, drip of headlines. That works for me. And then if you want to send
Yeah.
it to the Senate the day after the election, so be it. That's fine. Like impeach him on his last day in office. That's good enough for me.
Yeah. Something needs to be said and done.
Mhm.
And frankly, it'll be fun just to watch him scream and howl
Mhm.
and on Twitter and in front of helicopters at various places the entire time that, they're
Yeah.
subpoenaing various things and, getting testimony from his kids and whoever else or whatever. I mean, I don't know.
Mhm. Yeah, for sure. Well, I thought Julian Castro in this debate here we're going to talk about had a good line about that. He was like, we're always like, oh, if we impeach him and the Senate doesn't convict, then he'll say he was won. But it's like, what's the cost of not doing it? It's that he'll say, well, they didn't go after me, so it must have been okay what I did, and they always go after me, so this must be fine. So,
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, yeah, pretty much as far as I can tell, whatever the thing that they're trying to avoid by not actually impeaching him, since they know it won't succeed in the Senate, he's gonna have 75% of that whether we do it or not. He's gonna say
mhm,
they didn't impeach or they were too scared or they didn't have the goods or they really
mhm,
wanted to, which is true. A lot of people really want to, but
mhm.
I don't know. Ironically, it's the swamp that's protecting him. Basically, it's the old good old boys club where
Mhm.
people too high up. I mean, we got this Jeffrey Epstein thing going on, Epstein, whatever.
Oh yeah,
That's crazy.
that's wild. Yeah.
Um, I don't know what happened there. I mean, that's um, you know, I it will be very hard to ever convince me that he wasn't killed in one way or another. Now, what do I mean by that? Um, you can look at that a couple of ways. I think, well, number one, I think like, child molesters or whatever in prison are often killed or
Mhm.
whatever, assaulted and stuff like that. So, just by, not checking in on him or whatever, whether he was all alone in the cell or not, I think they need to
Mhm.
release the CCTV footage for the entire night or whatever, who was walking in the hallway, who was there, you know. It's like a lot of people have been saying it's like the Barksdale murder.
Mhm. Yeah, I actually
Yeah,
thought of that. Mhm.
yeah, and the thing with like his neck being broken, and I guess today or yesterday they came out and they said that they ruled it a suicide, but
Mhm.
you know, I don't know. It's Like they're saying this one thing in his neck was broken, which is usually broken in homicides and almost never broken in suicides. But my thing is, I'm guessing in a cell, I imagine parts of your neck get broken in a hanging when you're dropped, right? Like if you get dropped from some height, that's going to crack your neck. But if you're just like kind of like putting yourself in a situation where you're sitting down at an angle where you can't get back up, or I don't know how he would have even done it in the cell. I think they need to, not to be morose or morbid about it, but I think they need to really, radical transparency is called for in this situation, because inquiring minds on every side want to know. And
yeah, I mean, even the most innocent explanations require like some level of scrutiny. Like, let's say that no one killed him. Well, then they shouldn't have taken him off suicide watch, and they shouldn't have had these two incompetent guards, one of which was not even a guard, by the way, watching this guy. And apparently they said they fell asleep and then they falsified the records and now they've been put on leave or something. I don't know. It really is. It's one of those things that like it just screams like here's a conspiracy, but it's like once again Trump, master of projection, says that it was the Clintons somehow, even though he's in charge of the Bureau of Prisons. He and William Barr, and they probably have more control over that situation than a former president would anyway. So it's like if you're really going to throw that kind of shade, you better watch out because you're the one that has the most control. And I think a lot of people on all sides had something to win from him not being able to talk. I mean, Prince Andrew, a lot of powerful people are breathing a sigh of relief today.
Yeah, some people say MBS as well.
Sure, MBS. Yeah, he had a fake Saudi passport with found in his house, and he had a picture of MBS on his wall. And yeah, there's a lot of powerful people that had something to gain by this happening. So I don't know what happened. I doubt we'll ever know really what happened, but it's at the very least gross neglect and incompetence, and at any other higher level, it's like, conspiracy land. So,
well, the thing unfortunately, from what I've seen online, it seems like the Trumpers and the Republicans with their, Clinton body count, that conspiracy theory seems to be winning the day on the internet. But like my thing is, I think like I wanted to make a meme with like Randy from Scream and Scream 2, and there's like that part in Scream 2 where he and Officer Dewey or whatever are talking, and he's like, and he's like, and so da 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 da, so but I'm not a suspect or something. He's like, well, wait, back up, maybe you are a suspect. And he's like, well, if I'm a suspect, you're a suspect. And he's like, you're right, let's move on. Like that's the only thing you need to say. If the Clintons are a suspect, then Donald Trump is double a suspect here. Because, I don't know. I think the Clintons realize their political career is over. Like what's left to protect? Donald Trump has got a shitload to lose right now.
Yeah.
And frankly, Bill Clinton did a lot of shady stuff with women, including in one case being accused of rape. And those were all grown women, though. Like Donald Trump has got accusations from a 13-year-old. And, and Donald Trump has made statements about, Jeffrey Epstein's a wonderful guy. And he has, just like me, has great taste in women. And some even say that the women are very young or something. Mm-hmm. It's like, you drop the audio in there or whatever. But like, he knew about this shit decades ago.
Yeah, he's just as implicated as Clinton, so I don't understand his game about invoking the Clinton conspiracy.
He's more implicated than Clinton.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
I mean, Clinton says that he took 4 trips on the thing. Republicans say it was 27 trips. Somebody else broke it down and said that actually it was 4 trips with different legs of the trip. So every time that they stopped somewhere, it counted as a slightly like different trip or something. But there's no record of him going to the island. So whatever the hell Clinton was doing, and frankly, this is a little undemocratic, but my thing is arrest everybody.
Yeah, take him down. I love how everyone on like Twitter and stuff was like, oh, but what if Clinton is proved? It's like, fine, Okay, bye. I don't need
Yep.
him. Go ahead. It's like
Yeah.
that's one of the differences between what's happening now and what we're talking about. It's like we don't have a cult of personality. I liked Clinton. I thought he was a good president. I wish he was president right now. But if it turns out that he did something horrible like that, see ya, bye. I wouldn't twist
Hmm.
reality to try to like make it into him into like a victim like they would with Trump. You know what I mean? It's like it's totally
Yeah.
different.
Well, I think the American public needs to see. Frankly, we need to see because people are into conspiracy theories, which is not even really much of a conspiracy theory. It's
Hmm.
like something happened. Either it was an intentional conspiracy to kill this guy, or even it was just a kind of an intentional negligent death where they didn't really care because he's a child molester or something. Which is a problem in the prison systems. I mean, frankly, people getting raped inside the prison systems, people getting murdered constantly inside the prison systems, which we don't often hear about.
Hmm.
Frankly, that should be front page news. Every time there's a death in the prison in your state, it should be, in the
Right.
newspaper
Hmm.
because
For
that's how
sure.
you begin to have accountability for this stuff.
Right.
And I have a feeling that stuff happens a lot more than we are all privy to.
Hmm.
Um, but like, I'm not talking about arrest Bill Clinton, but I'm saying Bill Clinton needs to, there needs to be an interview. There needs to be an under oath type of situation where it's like, how did you know this guy?
Hmm.
Why did you think he was a good guy? Did he give you money? What did he give you money for? Why did you meet with him? Why did you spend time with him? And I think I saw a painting of Bill
Hmm.
Clinton in an evening gown
Yeah.
that Jeffrey Epstein had in his house.
Yeah. Oh, that was in
And,
his house. So I saw that. I didn't realize that was from his house. Wow.
yeah. And it's like, why
That's
do you think he
bizarre.
had this? Why do you think he had this painting of you? Do you
Mm.
think he liked you? Do you think he respected you? Do you think he was blackmailing you? I mean, you need to answer all these questions. What
Mhm.
did you know about what kind of women he was into? When did you know it?
Mhm.
And frankly, everybody, the psychologist or psychiatrist or whoever who gave this guy, who took him off the suicide risk thing, they
Mhm.
need to be fired. They need to be
Mhm.
jailed, and they need to be
Mhm.
asked, "What the hell were you thinking?" Because I'm a layman, and I would
Mhm.
say this guy's still a suicide risk when he tried to commit suicide 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, what changed? Nothing changed.
Yeah,
Like
nothing
his
changed.
situation is only worse than it was before. Like it's not like he's less of a risk now than before.
This
Like it's
is
like yeah.
this is the number one inmate, and he's a scumbag, right? He did some
Mhm.
shitty things, and for his own
Mhm.
life, I don't give a shit. But uh, he's the number one inmate in America that you need to keep alive, right?
Mhm.
So I don't give a shit if he's uncomfortable that you're waking him up every 15 minutes to check that he's not dead yet. It doesn't matter. I don't care
Mhm.
what his lawyer says. He needs to be on suicide watch.
Yeah. Absolutely.
And yeah, and I don't know. I just arrest the people in the jail, arrest the warden of the jail or whoever.
Mhm.
I mean, just put them all in jail until somebody starts squealing. If there's a conspiracy, somebody's gonna start talking.
Mhm. Absolutely.
And Bill Richardson or whoever we just talked about a few weeks
Yep.
ago with the North
Remember
Korea
that.
thing and all this
Mhm.
stuff, New Mexico or whatever. Like his name was on a list. Somebody mentioned his name. Round him up. I don't give a shit. Round everybody up.
Yeah, that was in the court documents that were released unsealed, and there was a bunch of exculpatory things that were unmasked, and believe that was like the same weekend that this happened too. So people were hypothesizing that that was related to the suicide because that all came out. So, and
Yeah.
I think there's more to come out too, coming down the road. So,
Yeah. Yeah. A lot of bad stuff there. And you know, I just think we've always had this two-tiered justice system.
hmm
And, you know, that's why, things need to change. Like, Barack Obama, Bernie Sanders, and Elizabeth Warren. I mean, these guys are not going to get wrapped up in any kind of wacky shit like this.
hmm
I mean, even Mitt Romney, I mean, probably wouldn't, get wrapped up in anything too crazy like this. I mean, John McCain, yeah.
yeah.
I mean, there are reasonable people in the political sphere who don't go in for this skeezy shit, you know.
hmm hmm For
So
sure.
anyways, I don't know. Yeah, the economy's about to crash. Probably a bunch of high-powered pedophiles in both parts of government and including international are going to get away, and you know, whatever's going on, all that stuff. Okay, so that's the background, but I guess we got to talk about the debate.
Yeah, for sure.
So, well, one thing I noted was that just from the very beginning, when they first came out on the stage, Joe Biden said to Kamala Harris, "Go easy on me, kid."
Really? I didn't catch that. That's funny.
Yeah.
We should probably say
Yeah.
who all was there first.
Okay, so this is CNN Debate Night 2, Detroit, Michigan. What is it? July 31st, 2019. So, and we had Bill de Blasio, mayor of New York City, Michael Bennet, a Colorado senator, annoying man, Jay Inslee, governor of Pennsylvania, Kirsten Gillibrand, governor of New York, Tulsi Gabbard, congresswoman from Hawaii, Julian Castro, Obama's HUD secretary, Housing and Urban Development. I think isn't that where Ben Carson is these days?
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
Yeah, we had Andrew Yang, the entrepreneur, Cory Booker, senator from New Jersey, Kamala Harris, senator from California, and Joe Biden, former senator and vice president.
I think you said the 21st. I think it was the 31st.
30. Oh, did I say the 21st?
Yeah, you said the 21st. It was 31st. We're only 2.5 weeks late. We're not 3.
Time is a flat circle.
Yeah, you know it.
So I think Bill de Blasio came out swinging in his opening statement.
Let's start with opening statements. You will each receive 1 minute. Mayor Bill de Blasio, please begin.
To the working people of America, tonight I bring you a message of hope. We can make change in this country. I know from personal experience it can be done. When I became the mayor of the nation's largest city, I set us on a path of bold change. They said it couldn't be done, but we gave pre-K to every child for free. We got rid of stop and frisk and we lowered crime. We raised the minimum wage to $15 an hour. Yes, it can be done. Now, tonight, we have to get to the heart and soul of who we are as Democrats. There are good people on this stage, but there are real differences. Joe Biden told wealthy donors that nothing fundamentally would change if he were president. Kamala Harris said she's not trying to restructure society. Well, I am. For 40 years, working people have taken it on the chin in this country. For 40 years, the rich have gotten richer, and they paid less and less in taxes. It cannot go on this way. When I'm president, we will even up the score, and we will tax the hell out of the wealthy to make this a fairer country and to make sure it's a country that puts working people first.
Thank you, Mayor de Blasio. Senator Michael Bennet.
Thank you. Last week, I saw one of those Trump signs that says, "America, love it or leave it." And it was on the outside of a church. I love America, and I know we can make it better. Before coming to the Senate, I ran a large urban school district where most of the kids live in poverty. Those kids have exactly the same hopes that I had. Their parents have exactly the same hopes for them that my parents had for me, and that Susan and I have for our 3 children. But for the last 3 years, we've been consumed by a president who frankly doesn't give a damn about your kids or mine. Mr. President, kids belong in classrooms, not cages. And they deserve something better than a bully in the White House. Let's end this 3-ring circus in Washington. And let's make this election about reclaiming our future for our kids and our democracy. Empty promises won't beat Donald Trump. I can.
Governor Jay Inslee.
Good evening. I'm Jay Inslee. I am running for president because the people in this room and the Democrats watching tonight are the last best hope for humanity on this planet. If we make defeating the climate crisis the top priority of the United States, we will have a fighting chance to save ourselves and our children's future. It has to be our top priority. My plan is one of national mobilization, quickly bringing 100% clean energy to Americans, creating 8 million good union jobs. This is a big, bold, ambitious plan for clean energy for a big, bold, ambitious nation. Middle ground approaches are not enough. We must confront the fossil fuel industry. I've been working on this for 25 years. And now we know this, we are at a tipping point, and whether we shrink from this challenge or rise to it is the vital question of our time. We Democrats believe we can still do big things in this nation. We can defeat the climate crisis. Let's get to work.
Senator Kirsten Gillibrand.
My grandmother taught me that nothing's impossible. She spent 2 generations organizing women in upstate New York. My mother taught me nothing's impossible. She was one of only 3 women in her law school class and worked with gay couples for basic rights. If you want to get something done, just tell me it's impossible. As a freshman senator, I was told you couldn't repeal Don't Ask, Don't Tell. Even members of my own party told me it wasn't convenient. When are civil rights ever convenient? We stood up to the Pentagon and we got it done. Not impossible. 10 years ago, I was told you couldn't pass health care for our 9/11 first responders, those heroes who raced up the towers when others were coming down. Even when Congress turned its back on them, we kept fighting. Just last week, we made the 9/11 health bill permanent. Beating Donald Trump, definitely not impossible. We need a nominee who will take on the big fights and win. We need a nominee who doesn't know the meaning of impossible.
Congresswoman Tulsi Gabbard.
I love our country. It's why I enlisted after 9/11. Why I've served as a soldier for over 16 years, deployed twice to the Middle East, and serve in Congress now for almost 7 years. I know what patriotism is, and I've known many great patriots throughout my life. And let me tell you this, Donald Trump is not behaving like a patriot. As president, I will bring this spirit of real patriotism to the White House, serving the interests of all Americans, not just the rich and powerful. I'll fight for our rights and freedoms of all Americans, upholding these principles in our Constitution upon which our country was founded. Fighting for justice and equality for all. Fighting for every single American, regardless of race or religion, as we strive towards that more perfect union. And as president, I'll bring this unifying spirit of love for country and the soldiers' values of service above self to the White House, truly leading a government of, by, and for the people.
Secretary Julian Castro.
Thank you, Dana, and good evening. You know, just a few days ago, we were reminded and inspired by our fellow Americans in Puerto Rico that public service is not fundamentally about any of us. It's about you and your family. I want you to know that if I'm elected president, that I will work hard every single day so that you and your family can have good health care when you need it, so that your children and grandchildren can get a good education, so that they can reach their dreams, and that you can have good job opportunities, whether you live here in a big city like Detroit or in a small town in our country. I know we have a wonderful, special nation, but that too many people are struggling. And I know what that's like too. You know, I grew up with a single mom in a poor neighborhood. But like many of you, I don't want to make America anything again. I don't want us to go backward. We're not going back to the past. We're not going back where we came from. We're going to move forward. We're going to make America better than it's ever been in the years to come. Let's do that together.
Andrew Yang.
If you've heard anything about me and my campaign, you've heard that someone is running for president who wants to give every American $1,000 a month. I know this may sound like a gimmick, but this is a deeply American idea, from Thomas Paine to Martin Luther King to today. Let me tell you why we need to do it and how we pay for it. Why do we need to do it? We already automated away millions of manufacturing jobs, and chances are your job could be next. If you don't believe me, just ask an auto worker here in Detroit. How do we pay for it? Raise your hand in the crowd if you've seen stores closing where you live. It is not just you. Amazon is closing 30% of America's stores and malls and paying zero in taxes while doing it. We need to do the opposite of much of what we're doing right now, and the opposite of Donald Trump is an Asian man who likes math. So let me share the math. $1,000 a month for every adult would be $461 million every month right here in Detroit alone. The automation of our jobs is a central challenge facing us today. It is why Donald Trump is our president, and any politician not addressing it is failing the American people.
Senator Cory Booker.
Thank you, Dana. Last week, the President of the United States attacked an American city, calling it a disgusting, rat-infested, rodent mess. We need a nation that understands that these tired, old language,
Stand by, Senator.
I will stand by.
Please stand by. Please continue, Senator.
Thank you very much. Donald Trump, from Charleston to Baltimore to even the border, is using the tired old language of demagogues, of fearmongers, of racists to try to divide our country against itself. We know who Donald Trump is, but in this election, the question is, who are we as a people? We have serious problems in America. We have deep wounds and seriously, deeply rooted challenges. We desperately need to heal as a nation and move forward. Because we know in this country that our fates are united, that we have a common destiny. The call of this election is the call to unite in common cause and common purpose. That's how we will beat Donald Trump. That's how I will beat Donald Trump. And as your president, that's how I will govern and move us forward together.
Senator Kamala Harris.
This is an inflection moment in the history of our country. I think we all know that. This is a moment in time that is requiring us each as individuals and collectively to look in a mirror and ask a question. That question being, who are we? And I think most of us know that part of the answer to that question is we are better than this. So this then becomes a moment that we must fight for the best of who we are. And fight, of course, we will. And this is not a new fight for us as Americans. We have always been prepared to fight for our ideals. We have always been a nation that fights for the best of who we are. And I'll tell you, I come from fighters. My parents met when they were active in the civil rights movement. My sister Maya and I joke, we grew up surrounded by a bunch of adults who spent full time marching and shouting about this thing called justice. And I am prepared to march with you, to fight with you for the best of who we are, and to successfully prosecute the case of 4 more years of Donald Trump and against him.
Vice President Joe Biden.
Tonight, I think Democrats are expecting some engagement here, and I expect we'll get it. I'm running for president to restore the soul of this country. You know, we have a president, as everybody's acknowledged here, every day is ripping at the social fabric of this country. But no one man has the capacity to rip that apart. It's too strong. We're too good. Just look at this stage, made up of very diverse people from diverse backgrounds. Went on to be mayors, senators, governors, congresswomen, members of the cabinet, and yes, even a vice president. Mr. President, this is America, and we are strong and great because of this diversity, Mr. President, not in spite of it, Mr. President. So, Mr. President, let's get something straight. We love it. We are not leaving it. We are here to stay, and we're certainly not going to leave it to you.
And he was one of the ones I made notes on. He said, I'm the mayor of the biggest city or something like that or something. And it's like, that's obviously a swing at our boy from Indiana, Buttigieg. He's like, yeah, I'm from a bigger city, mayor. And then he said, I think he took some swings at Biden and some other people there.
You take wild swings at everybody. It was wild.
I don't blame him. He has to, right? He has to get on the map somehow.
Yep.
Andrew Yang said the opposite of Donald Trump is an Asian man who likes math. Okay.
I've heard that line before from him. I thought he had a stronger performance overall than he'd had previously. So.
Okay. Yeah. Let me see. What is Cory Booker? Yeah, when Cory Booker was talking, there were some chanters chanting something. There were some protesters or whatever. And honestly, they had some bad audio.
Yeah, I looked that up after. I think that might have been a holdover from Bill de Blasio this time because he got shouted down too. And I think that was related to the Eric Garner case because they had just decided not to prosecute federally Daniel Pantaleo, the guy that choked him to death. And then I think the protesters were imploring de Blasio to fire Pantaleo, I think was the thing they were asking for. But I don't know why they were doing that during Cory Booker's time. But
well, New Jersey's close to New York.
I guess so.
So, yeah. My first notes are from healthcare, and I've got to admit, I took these notes, a while ago, so I'm kind of going in blind here. This may make for interesting listening for our audience, or it may make for terrible listening. I'm not really sure. We're trying something new here on the pod tonight.
Yeah. Well, hopefully by the next debate next month, we'll be able to get it closer because this will be one stage. Hopefully no one else will qualify.
Yeah. They gotta start narrowing it down. I heard Hickenlooper dropped out a day or two ago or something. Yeah. So yeah, that's good.
He needed to. Yeah. I want him running for Senate though. Good for him. Run for Senate. Win the Senate.
Yeah. Now we just need Beto O'Rourke to do it too.
You think Beto needs to drop out next?
I don't know. I mean, he's he's coming out strong for El Paso, which is respectable, but that's, I don't know. I think, think globally, act locally and all that.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Cause I mean, he's not going to win, right? I mean, we all know that he's not going to win.
Yeah, he would be more useful taking down John Cornyn in the Senate. So.
Yeah, and I think I heard that there's another senator running in Texas or something, so he might be bumping out another Senate candidate. But I don't know much. I don't know who the other Senate candidate is, and the fact that I don't know who they are probably means that Beto has a better chance locally. So I don't know. Okay, so the first topic was healthcare.
Senator Harris. This week, you released a new health care plan, which would preserve private insurance and take 10 years to phase in. Vice President Biden's campaign calls your plan, quote, a have it every which way approach, and says it's just part of a confusing pattern of equivocating about your health care stance. What do you say to that?
Well, they're probably confused because they've not read it. But the reality is that I have been spending time in this campaign listening to American families, listening to experts, listening to healthcare providers. And what I came away with is a very clear understanding that I needed to create a plan that was responsive to the needs of the American people, responsive to their needs, understanding that insurance companies have been jacking up the prices for far too long, that American families have to be held down by deductibles and co-pays and premiums that can cause them bankruptcy. I listened to the American families who said 4 years is just not enough to transition into this new plan, so I devised a plan where it's going to be 10 years of a transition. I listened to American families who said, I want an option. that will be under your Medicare system that allows a private plan. So I designed a plan where, yes, responsive to the needs of American families, there will be a public plan under my plan for Medicare and a private plan under my plan for Medicare. Because the bottom line is this: we must agree that access to health care must be a right and not just a privilege of those who can afford it. And in America today, far too many people, in fact, 30 million people, are going without access to health care.
Thank you, Senator Harris. Vice President Biden, your response.
Well, my response is that the senators had several plans so far. And anytime someone tells you you're going to get something good in 10 years, you should wonder why it takes 10 years. If you notice, there's no talk about the fact that the plan in 10 years will cost $3 trillion. You will lose your employer-based insurance. And in fact, this is the single most important issue facing the public. And to be very blunt and to be very straightforward, you can't beat President Trump with double talk on this plan.
Your response, Senator Harris?
Absolutely. Unfortunately, Vice President Biden, you're just simply inaccurate in what you're describing. The reality is that our plan will bring health care to all Americans under a Medicare for All system. Our plan will allow people to start signing up on the first day. Babies will be born into our plan, and right now 4 million babies almost are born every day in America, or every year in America. Under our plan, we will ensure that everyone has access to health care. Your plan, by contrast, leaves out almost 10 million Americans. So I think that you should really think about what you're saying, but be reflective and understand that the people of America want access to health care and do not want cost to be their barrier to getting it.
Senator Harris, thank you. Vice President Biden, your response?
The plan, no matter how you cut it, costs $3 trillion when it is in fact employed. Number one, 10 years from now, after 2 terms of the senator being president, after her time. Secondly, it will require middle-class taxes to go up, not down. Thirdly, it will eliminate employer-based insurance. And fourthly, what happens in the meantime?
I'd like to respond. First of all, the cost of doing nothing is far too expensive. Second, we are now paying $3 trillion a year for health care in America. Over the next 10 years, it's probably going to be $6 trillion. We must act. My plan is about immediately allowing people to sign up and get into coverage. Right now in America, we have seniors who every day, millions of seniors, are going into the Medicare system. And they are getting full coverage and the kind of coverage they need. All people should have access to health care, and costs should not be their barrier.
Thank you, Senator Harris. Mayor de Blasio, let's bring you in here. What's your response?
Thank you. I don't know what the Vice President and Senator are talking about. The folks I talk to about health insurance say that their health insurance isn't working for them. There's tens of millions of Americans who don't even have health insurance, tens of millions more who have health insurance they can barely make work because of the copays, the deductibles, the premiums, the out-of-pocket expenses. There's this mythology that somehow all these folks are in love with their insurance in America. What I hear from union members and from hardworking middle-class people is they wish they had better insurance. And they're angry at private insurance companies that skim all the profits off the top and make it impossible for everyday people to get coverage like mental health care, dental care, the things that would be full coverage for all Americans.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Vice President Biden, you just heard Mayor de Blasio. He said in the past that Democrats who want to keep the private insurance industry are defending a health care system that is not working. What's your response?
My response is Obamacare is working. The way to build this and get to it immediately is to build on Obamacare. Go back and take back all the things that Trump took away, provide a public option, meaning every single person in America would be able to buy another option if they didn't like their employer plan, or if they're on Medicaid, they'd automatically be in the plan. It would take place immediately, it would move quickly, and it would ensure the vast majority of Americans. In the meantime, what happens? Did anybody tell you how much their plans cost? My plans cost $750 billion. That's what it costs, not $30 trillion.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Senator Gillibrand, you support Medicare for All. How do you feel about Senator Harris continuing to call her health proposal Medicare for All when it includes a far more significant role for private insurance than the bill you co-sponsored?
I think for the viewers in the audience right now, they're at risk of losing the forest through the trees. Because the truth is, healthcare in America should be a right. When I was a young mother and had Theo as an infant, he had an allergic reaction to eggs and his whole body turned red and puffy. I had to rush him to the emergency room. My heart is palpitating because I'm worried that his throat will close. I am not worried about not having an insurance card or a credit card in my wallet. I know whatever they're going to prescribe, whether it's an EpiPen or an inhaler, I can afford it. The truth about healthcare in America today is people can't afford it. They cannot afford it. And the insurance companies, for these plans that rely on insurance companies, I'm sorry, they're for-profit companies. They have an obligation to their shareholders. They pay their CEO millions of dollars. They have to have quarterly profits. They have fat in the system that's real, and it should be going to healthcare. So let's not lose the forest for the trees. And last, let's not forget what the Republicans are doing. Because the truth is, the Republicans and Trump, their whole goal is to take away your health care.
Thank you.
To make it harder for you to afford it,
Thank
even
you,
if you have
Senator
pre-existing
Gillibrand.
conditions.
Senator Harris, your response.
In response to Senator Biden about the Affordable Care Act, it is important that you understand that our Medicare for All plan has actually, by the architect of the Obama Affordable Care Act, been described as one of the most effective ways to bring health care to all. Kathleen Sebelius has endorsed our plan as being something that will get us to where we need to go. In terms of the point that Senator Gillibrand is raising, I couldn't agree more. Senator Biden, your plan will keep and allow insurance companies to remain with status quo, doing business as usual. And that's going to be about jacking up copays, jacking up deductibles. It will still be the situation that people going to an emergency room have to come out $5,000.
My plan makes the limit of copay to be $1,000 because we further support the ability to buy into the Obamacare plan. Secondly, the idea that this is somehow a bad idea. No one has to keep their private insurance. But if they would like their insurance, they should be able to keep it. Nothing is demanded in my plan that there be private insurance. It says if the 160 million people who have it say they like their employer insurance, they should have a right to have it. If they don't, they can buy into the Biden plan, which is Obamacare.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Thank you. Senator Booker, let me bring you in here. You say you support Medicare for all. You also say you are not going to pull private health insurance from more than 150 million Americans in exchange for a government plan. But that's what Medicare for all would do. So how do you square that?
Well, first of all, let me just say that the person who's enjoying this debate most right now is Donald Trump, as we pit Democrats against each other, while he is working right now to take away Americans' health care. There is a court case working through the system that's going to gut the Affordable Care Act and actually gut protections on pre-existing conditions. And so I was raised by two civil rights parents who told me to always keep your eyes on the prize. And that is that in the United States of America, every Democrat should stand with the belief that everyone should have access to health care, that it's a human right. And how we get there, it has to be to end this broken system, because we are on our way in just a handful of years of literally spending 20% of our economy, one out of every $5 spent on health care. And we spend more than every other nation on everything from MRIs to insulin drugs, multiple more than other countries. And so you want to know what I'm going to do? I'm going to work to get us to a point where Medicare for all, where everyone is covered. But this pitting against progressives, against moderates, saying one is unrealistic and the other doesn't care enough, that to me is dividing our party and demoralizing us in face of the real enemy here.
Thank you,
I'm
Senator.
going to keep fighting for that enemy.
Thank you, Senator Booker. Congressman Gabbard, what's your response?
The reality is right now we don't have a health care system. We have a sick care system, and there are far too many people in this country who are sick and unable to get the care that they need because they cannot afford it. So at the core of this problem is the fact that big insurance companies and big pharmaceutical companies who've been profiting off the backs of sick people have had a seat at the table writing this legislation. Now, Kamala Harris just talked about Kathleen Sebelius, who helped write her bill. This just pointed to the fatal flaw in her proposal. Sebelius works for Medicare Advantage, private insurance company who will stand to profit under her plan. If we're seeking to really reform our healthcare system, we've got to shut out big insurance and big pharma out of the drafting process so they cannot continue to profit off the backs of the sick people in this country who are searching and in desperate need of care.
Senator Harris, your response?
Well, unfortunately, Representative Gabbard got it wrong. Kathleen Sebelius did not write my plan. She endorsed it as being one of the plans that is the best to get us to a place where everyone is going to have access to health care in America. And when we talk about this again, I'm going to go back to Vice President Biden, because your plan does not cover everyone in America by your staff's and your own definition. 10 million people, as many as 10 million people, will not have access to health care. And in 2019 in America, for a Democrat to be running for president with a plan that does not cover everyone, I think is without excuse. Our plan covers everyone and gives people choice.
Thank you, Senator. Vice President Biden, your response.
My plan will cover everyone, number one. Number two, the fact is that my plan also calls for controlling drug prices. The biopharma is now where things are going to go. It's no longer chemicals. It's about all these breakthroughs we have with dealing with the whole, immune system. And what we have to do now is we have to have a form that sits in the HHS and says, as you develop a drug, you got to come to us and decide what you can sell it for. We will set the price. And secondly, it says that you cannot raise that price beyond the cost of inflation from this point on.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Let's see. Harris said Biden's plan doesn't cover 10 million people. 10-year transition plan, public and private. Okay, so she wants to combine public and private. And I think Harris got in some trouble in the first debate. She pretty much signed on to most of Bernie and Warren's stuff, but then she backtracked.
Backpedaled, right.
Yeah, so, which is pretty cheeky, You get all the news coverage and the sound bites of you, going all the way on TV from the debate, and then the next day you kind of on the back page of the newspaper, you walk it back, and not everybody sees that necessarily, or the people who want to see that, and the people who want to hear the other thing, they hear the other thing. So
I want to bring in Senator Bennett. Last night on this stage, one of your Democratic rivals suggested that running on Medicare for All would get Donald Trump reelected. Do you agree with that, sir?
I agree that it makes it much more likely. Unlike others on this stage, I've been crystal clear of where I've been for a decade through two tough races in Colorado. I believe we should finish the job we started with the Affordable Care Act, with a public option that gives everybody in this audience the chance to pick for their family whether they want private insurance or public insurance. It requires the drug companies to be negotiated with by Medicare, and it provides competition. That is totally different from the plan that Senator Warren and Senator Sanders and Senator Harris have proposed, which would make illegal employer-based health insurance in this country and massively raise taxes on the middle class to the tune of $30 trillion, as Joe Biden said. We don't need to do that. It doesn't make sense for us to take away insurance from half the people in this room and put huge taxes on almost everybody in this room, when we can pass a public option, trust the American people to make the right decision, and have universal health care in this country in 2 years, not 10 years.
Secretary Castro, I want to bring you in.
I need to respond.
Your response. I'll come to you right after Secretary Castro. Secretary Castro.
Well, I know that this is something very personal for all Americans. I grew up with a grandmother that had diabetes, and I watched as her condition got worse and worse. That whole time she had Medicare. I want to strengthen Medicare for the people who are on it and then expand it to anybody who wants it. I also believe, though, that if somebody has a private health insurance plan that is strong, that they want to hold on to, that they should be able to do that. What I don't believe is that the profit motive of big pharma or big insurance companies should ever determine in our great nation whether somebody gets health care or not.
Thank you, Secretary Castro. Senator Harris, Senator Bennett had suggested that you support banning employer-based health insurance. Is that true?
Well, first of all, with all due respect to my friend Michael Bennett, my plan does not offer anything that is illegal. What it does is it separates the employer from health care, meaning that where you work will not be the kind of health care you get will not be a function of where you work. I have met so many Americans who stick to a job that they do not like, where they are not prospering, simply because they need the health care that that employer provides. It's time that we separate employers from the kind of health care people get, and under my plan, we do that. As it relates to the insurance and the pharmaceutical companies, who will not be called in and who will not be taken to task by Senator Biden or Senator Bennett's plan, we will do that.
Senator Bennett, I want to bring you back.
Senator Harris is my friend as well, but I have to say, if we can't admit tonight what's in the plan, which is banning employer-based insurance, we're not going to be able to admit that when Donald Trump is accusing Democrats of doing that as well. We need to be honest about what's in this plan. It bans employer-based insurance and taxes the middle class to the tune of $30 trillion. Do you know how much that is? That is 70% of what the government will collect in taxes over the next 10 years. We don't need to do that.
Governor, I'm going to come to you in a second, but I do want to
health care in this country.
I do want to bring in Senator Harris because he just suggested you were not being honest.
We cannot keep with the Republican talking points on this. You got to stop. The reality is that under my Medicare for All plan, yes, employers are not going to be able to dictate the kind of health care that their employees get. They will be able to make that decision. Private insurance companies and private carriers, if they comply by our rules and play by our rules, will be able to offer those employees health care coverage under a private Medicare plan, or they can have the option of a public Medicare plan. But it is misleading to suggest that employees want what their employer is offering only. They want choice, and my plan gives that to them.
Thank you, Senator. Governor Inslee, I want to bring you in. You recently signed a public option into law, which allows Washington state residents to purchase a state-backed plan if they want to, but this may only save families in Washington state as little as 5% off premiums. Is 5% really the kind of relief that the American people need?
No, we need universal coverage, and I'm proud of our state that has done less squabbling and actually getting things done. And I am proud that we are the first state to offer a publicly sanctioned offer of health care to our citizens. I'm also proud that we didn't stop there. We're also the first state that has taken care of our elders, our seniors. We have a looming retirement wave coming up. I'm proud that our state has made them eligible to retire in dignity. I'm also proud of this, and I think we need to talk more about this as Democrats. It is time to give people adequate mental health care in this country. And we've had some success in integrating mental health with physical health. There's no reason we should distinguish between your physiological and your mental health. And the last thing we're doing, I think it's very instructive for the nation. We know we're being eaten alive by pharmaceutical costs. We have had one of, if not the most innovative way to drive down pharmaceuticals for life-saving medications in the United States. That's a record of Washington State. I'd like to take to Washington, D.C.
Thank you. Thank you, Governor Inslee. Mr. Yang, I want to bring you in. You support a Medicare for All system. How do you respond to Governor Inslee?
Well, I just want to share a story. When I told my wife I was running for president, you know the first question she asked me? What are we going to do about our health care? That's a true story, and it's not just us. Democrats are talking about health care in the wrong way. As someone who's run a business, I can tell you flat out our current health care system makes it harder to hire. It makes it harder to treat people well and give them benefits and treat them as full-time employees. It makes it harder to switch jobs, as Senator Harris just said, and it's certainly a lot harder to start a business. If we say, look, we're going to get health care off the backs of businesses and families, then watch American entrepreneurship recover and bloom. That's the argument we should be making to the American people.
Thank you, Mr. Yang. Mayor de Blasio?
Yeah. I don't understand why Democrats on this stage are fear-mongering about universal health care. It makes no sense. Ask the American people. They are sick of what the pharmaceutical companies are doing to them. Ask them what they feel about the health insurance companies. They feel it's holding back their families because they can't get the coverage they need. They get a lot of no's. They don't get a lot of help from health insurance companies. Why are we not going to be the party that does something bold, that says we don't need to be dependent on private insurance? We can have a system that actually covers everyone. You know what? Donald Trump won this state of Michigan by saying he was going to disrupt the status quo. How about we be the party that's going to disrupt the status quo for working people?
Mr. Mayor, just a 15-second point of clarification. Who are you talking about? Who's fear-mongering?
Certainly, with all due respect to Senator Bennett, what he's saying is absolutely inaccurate about taxes. Americans right now are paying so much money for their health care. Ask people about the reality of premiums, deductibles, co-pays, out-of-pocket expenses. That's worse than any tax.
Thank you.
And people are paying that right now.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Senator Bennett?
This has nothing to do with Republican talking points. or the pharmaceutical industry. This has to do with having faith in the American people that they can make the right decisions for their families and they can choose a public option. Bernie Sanders, who said last night he wrote the damn bill, and he did, just like I wrote the damn public option bill, is the guy who says it'll cost $32 trillion and that we're going to have to raise those taxes to pay for it. He says that. Republicans don't say it. Don't try to distract from the truth.
Thank you, Senator.
You can't hide from the truth.
I want to let Mayor de Blasio, and then I'm going to come to you, Vice President Biden.
Senator, if we as Democrats say we're done with private insurance that has only hurt the American people in so many ways, we're going to give them something that works for their families, full coverage that they can depend on. If we say that, then there's an election. The American people get to decide. The ultimate choice, Senator, is an election. And this should be the party that stands for universal health care and says we're not going to accept anything less. Right now in America, so many people don't have the health care they need. That is a fact. Tens of millions of people, including middle-class people. Mayor. Give them a chance to make that decision through an election.
Vice President Biden, your response, sir.
This is not a Republican talking point. The Republicans are trying to kill Obamacare. Obamacare took care of 20 million people right off the bat, 100 million people with pre-existing conditions. And in fact, what we got is a public option that in fact would allow anybody to buy in. No one has to keep their private insurance. They can buy into this plan, and they can buy into it with a $1,000 deductible and never have to pay more than 8.5% of their income when they do it. And if they don't have any money, they get in free. So this idea is a bunch of malarkey, what we're talking about here. The fact of the matter is that there will be a deductible. It will be a deductible in their paycheck. Bernie acknowledges it. $30 trillion has to ultimately be paid. And I don't know what math you do in New York. I don't know what math you do in California, but I tell you, that's a lot of money. And there will be a deductible. The deductible will be out of your paycheck because that's what will be required.
Senator Harris, I want to bring you in here. Your response?
Yeah, let's talk about math. Let's talk about math. Let's talk about the fact that the pharmaceutical companies and the insurance companies last year alone profited $72 billion. And that is on the backs of American families. And under your plan, status quo, you do nothing to hold the insurance companies to task for what they have been doing to American families. In America today, a diabetes patient, 1 in 4 cannot afford their insulin. In America today,
Thank you,
for those people who are overdosed from an opioid, there is a syringe that costs $4,000 that will save their life. It is immoral, it is untenable, and it must change with Medicare for all.
Vice President Biden, your response?
Real quick. I have the only plan that limits the ability of insurance companies to charge unreasonable prices, flat out, number one. Number two, we should put some of these insurance executives who totally oppose my plan in jail for the 9 billion opioids they sell out there. They are misrepresenting to the American people what need to be done. And lastly, here's the deal. The deal is, let's figure out how this works. We immediately are able to cover everybody who wants to get off of their insurance plan they don't like, no matter what one it is, and buy into a Medicare option. And they can buy the gold plan, and they're not going to have to pay. Anyway.
Yeah, it's interesting to watch Harris in these Democratic debates because I always kind of roll my eyes when she starts doing these things, like you said, backtracking on things she said and then attacking Joe Biden. But it's like, then I put her in the scenario of doing that to Trump, and I'm like, all right, fine. If she wants to do that to Trump, I'm okay with it. But like, it's kind of hard to see her like attacking people who she mostly agrees with. You know what I mean? Or like, doing these wishy-washy things on policy. But if it gets us over the hump in the general, I'm fine with it. Actually, I like her prosecutorial style, and that would be interesting to watch her going up against Trump. So, assuming he agrees to debate, you could always just say he's not. But
yeah, no, I think I don't know. I think, well, we'll see. In the general, I mean, it doesn't really matter who wins or loses debates. I mean,
No.
I mean,
not at this point.
How many times did George W. Bush get his clock cleaned?
Yeah. Forgot about Poland.
Yeah. So let's see. Biden says anytime someone tells you you're going to get something good in 10 years, you should wonder why it takes 10 years. So he's talking about Harris, and he says, oh, it costs $3 trillion, yada, yada, yada. It's too much, apparently. He says his plan costs $750 billion. Gillibrand seemed to support Harris. She said insurance companies are profiteering. De Blasio says everybody's talking about like how much they like their private insurance, but actually I talked to people, including unions, and people actually aren't satisfied. He said Bennett is fear-mongering. Bennett said Medicare for all makes it more likely that Trump will be reelected. We need the ACA, Obamacare plus a public option. So to that, de Blasio said he's fear-mongering. Let's see. Gabbard said get the profit interests out of the process, which is right. Castro said expand Medicare, give people option to buy in. I didn't really note what Inslee said. Yang
Probably
said
something
Medicare
about
for
climate
all.
change. I'm kidding.
Yeah. Yang said Medicare for all. So anyways, that was healthcare. Healthcare is important. It's important, and it's important to people, and it's important to me, and it's important to everybody in my family, I imagine. But you talk about fascism in America. You talk about climate change, global warming, and all this stuff that's happening. This past month was the hottest month ever in history, and the previous 4 were like the previous 4 years before that. I mean, chunks of ice are falling into the water, and those are not going to refreeze and stuff. And I mean, yes, American healthcare is important, but we're talking about extinction level events here, and we're talking about I mean, my God, after the last economic crisis, America wouldn't give Obama a chance to fix things, and then once he was halfway there to fixing them, they elected Trump. I don't know if the people of the world can stand another economic crash here. So So I think people say that healthcare is important to them, and it is important, and everybody has a right to it and everything. But I do think everybody's kind of whistling past the graveyard on some bigger issues out there.
Yeah, I think you're probably right.
So the next issue is immigration.
Let's move now to immigration, please. Secretary Castro, you think it should no longer be a crime to cross the U.S. border illegally. President Obama's Homeland Security Secretary Jay Johnson, whom you served with, says that is a public declaration that the border is, quote, effectively open to all. How is he wrong?
Thank you for that question. If you elect me president, you're not electing me to follow. You're electing me to lead. And open borders is a right-wing talking point. And frankly, I'm disappointed that some folks, including some folks on this stage, have taken the bait. The only way that we're going to guarantee that we don't have family separations in this country again is to repeal Section 1325 of the Immigration and Nationality Act. That is the law that this president, this administration is using to incarcerate migrant parents and then physically separate them from their children. My immigration plan would also make sure that we put undocumented immigrants who haven't committed a serious crime on a pathway to citizenship, that we do a 21st century Marshall Plan with Honduras, El Salvador, and Guatemala, so that we can get to the root of this challenge so people can find safety and opportunity at home instead of having to come to the United States. That's how we can be smarter, more effective, and more humane when it comes to immigration policy.
Thank you, Secretary Castro. Senator Bennett, what's your response?
I disagree that we should decriminalize our border. This is personal for me. My mom's an immigrant, and she was separated from her parents during the Holocaust in Poland. And for those reasons, I was part of the Gang of Eight that I wrote the immigration bill in 2013 with John McCain that passed the Senate with 68 votes, that gave a pathway to citizenship for the 11 million undocumented people that are here, that would pass the most progressive DREAM Act that had ever been conceived, much less passed on the floor of the Senate, and had $46 billion of border security. Every single Democrat voted for that bill,
Senator,
and a lot of Republicans. That should be our
Thank you.
position.
Thank you, Senator.
That is our position.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Harris, you have indicated that you don't think it should be a criminal offense punishable by jail to cross the U.S. border illegally. How do you respond to Senator Bennett?
Well, again, with all due respect, after the last debate, for example, I went to a place in Florida called Homestead. And there is a private detention facility being paid for by your taxpayer dollars. A private detention facility that currently houses 2,700 children. And by the way, there were members of us, Julian was there, members of Congress. They would not let us enter the place, members of the United States Congress. So I walked down the road, I climbed a ladder, and I looked over the fence. And I'm going to tell you what I saw. I saw children lined up single file based on gender, being walked into barracks. The policies of this administration have been facilitated by laws on the book that allow them to be incarcerated as though they've committed crimes. These children have not committed crimes and should be not treated like criminals.
Senator Bennett, what's your response?
I think this is one, in the end, that we agree with. There's not a single person on this stage who, if we were president, would ever separate a child from their parents at the border. And that is what this administration has done in the American people's name. They have turned our border into a symbol of nativist hostility. The symbol of this country before Donald Trump was president was the Statue of Liberty. That should be the symbol of the United States of America, not Donald Trump's terrible
Thank you, Senator
border.
Bennett. Senator Gillibrand, I'm going to bring you in. What's your response?
So I think when you talk about whether this should be a crime, you have to remember who we're talking about. When I was at the Texas border, I visited with women who had fled violence. A woman from El Salvador owned a small business. Gangs came to her and said, if you don't give us all your money, we're going to kill your family. That's why she fled. Another woman was raped. That's why she fled. So this is who we're talking about, and they're not criminals. So I believe that we should have a civil violation. No president before President Trump enforced the law in the way he has enforced it, because he's using it as the crutch to lock up women and children, to separate mothers and babies, to put them behind bars. So I don't think we should have a law on the books that can be so misused. It should be a civil violation, and we should make sure that we treat people humanely.
Thank you, Senator. Vice President Biden. In the first 2 years of the Obama administration, nearly 800,000 immigrants were deported, far more than during President Trump's first 2 years. Would the higher deportation rates resume if you're president?
Absolutely not, number one. Number two, everything landed on the president's desperate locus. I found that the secretary, we sat together in many meetings. I never heard him talk about any of this when he was the secretary.
Please be respectful. Please be respectful in the crowd. Please continue, Mr. Vice President.
The fact is, I don't know if you can hear, I can hear, but anyway.
We can hear fine, Mr. Vice President. Please continue if you
The
will.
fact is, what the senator from New York talked about is seeking asylum. That woman, the women she spoke to, are entitled to asylum. That is not crossing the border illegally. What we should do is flood the zone to make sure we have people to make those decisions quickly. With regard to the secretary's point, I already proposed and passed $750 million for Guatemala, El Salvador, and Honduras to be able to change the circumstance why people fled in the first place. In addition to that, we're in a circumstance where if, in fact, you say you can just cross the border, what do you say to all those people around the world who, in fact, want the same thing to come to the United States and make their case, but they have to wait in line? The fact of the matter is, you should be able to, if you cross the border illegally, you should be able to be sent back. It's a crime. It's a crime, and it's not one that, in fact...
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Secretary Castro, please, your response.
First of all, Mr. Vice President, it looks like one of us has learned the lessons of the past and one of us hasn't. Let me begin by telling you... Let me just start out by answering that question. My immigration plan would also fix the broken legal immigration system, because we do have a problem with that. Secondly, the only way that we're going to guarantee that these kinds of family separations don't happen in the future is that we need to repeal this law. There's still going to be consequences if somebody crosses the border. It's a civil action. Also, we have 654 miles of fencing. We have thousands of personnel at the border. We have planes, we have boats, we have helicopters, we have security cameras.
Castro,
what we need are politicians that actually have some guts on this issue.
Thank you, Secretary. Mr. Vice President, please, your response.
I have guts enough to say his plan doesn't make sense. Here's the deal. The fact of the matter is that, in fact, when people cross the border illegally, it is illegal to do it unless they're seeking asylum. People should have to get in line. That's the problem. And the only reason this particular part of the law is being abused is because of Donald Trump. We should defeat Donald Trump and end this practice.
Thank you. Congresswoman Gabbard, what's your response?
Our hearts break when we see those children at these detention facilities who've been separated from their parents, when we see human beings crowded into cages in abhorrent, inhumane conditions. This is about leadership and understanding that we can and should have both secure borders as well as humane immigration policies. We will have to stop separating children from their parents, make it so that it's easier for people to seek asylum in this country, make sure that we are securing our borders and making it so that people are able to use our legal immigration system by reforming those laws.
Mr. Yang, your response.
I'm the son of immigrants myself. My father immigrated here as a graduate student and generated over 65 U.S. patents for GE and IBM. I think that's a pretty good deal for the United States. That's the immigration story we need to be telling. We can't always be focusing on some of the distressed stories. And if you go to a factory here in Michigan, you will not find wall-to-wall immigrants. You will find wall-to-wall robots and machines. Immigrants are being scapegoated for issues they have nothing to do with in our economy.
Thank you, Mr. Yang.
Castro, again, repeal Section 1325, the section that criminalizes border crossing instead of treating it as a civil offense.
I thought it was 1328.
I think it's 1325. Double check that, and yeah, I'm pretty sure it's 1325.
Oh, no, you're right, 1325.
Okay. Yeah, I've checked that one a couple times just to kind of make sure I'm somewhat up on it, so I'm pretty sure. And Castro says open borders is a right-wing talking point. He was part of the Gang of Eight. No, Bennett was part of the Gang of Eight.
Mm-hmm.
Bennett disagrees with decriminalizing border crossing. Again, Bennett is clearly coming at things from a much more centrist / right-wing direction angle.
Oh, for sure.
Harris said something I didn't really make notes on. Gillibrand agrees it should be a civil violation, not a criminal violation.
Senator Booker, you have a plan that would, quote, virtually eliminate immigration detention. Does that mean that the roughly 55,000 migrants currently in detention would be released into the United States?
Absolutely. Well, first of all, I just want to say, again, tonight, we are playing into Republican hands who have a very different view, and they're trying to divide us against each other. I'm listening to the language of my colleagues. No, Mr. Vice President, we are not going to just let people cross the border. An unlawful crossing is an unlawful crossing if you do it in the civil courts or if you do it through the criminal courts. But the criminal courts is what is giving Donald Trump the ability to truly violate the human rights of people coming to our country who no one surrenders their human rights. And so doing it through the civil courts means that you won't need these awful detention facilities that I've been to, seeing children sleeping on pavement, people being put in cages, nursing mothers, small children. This is not necessary. We have seen, using the civil system, piloted programs that have 100% compliance with the civil courts, where people are evaluated. If they have no justifiable reason to be here, they are returned. If they are, like the people I met in Juarez, who were survivors of sexual assault, who we wouldn't even let come and present for asylum. We are butchering our values and making ourselves
Senator Booker,
less
thank
safe.
you very much. Mr. Vice President, your response.
I agree with the senator. The asylum process is a real process, and this president is ruining it. It has nothing to do with that section of the law. That's what he's doing, number one. Number two, we should, in fact, and we have proposed and we tried to get past in our administration, and I propose, significantly increasing the number of legal immigrants who are able to come. This country can tolerate a heck of a lot more people. And the reason we're the country we are is we've been able to cherry pick from the best of every culture. Immigrants built this country. That's why we're so special. It took courage. It took resilience. It took absolute confidence for them to come. And we should be encouraging people. And by the way, anybody who crosses the stage with a PhD should get a green card for 7 years. We should keep them here.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Vice President. Governor Inslee, what's your response?
I think we're missing two central statements we need to make. Number one, we can no longer allow a white nationalist to be in the White House, number one. And number two, we have to make America what it's always been, a place of refuge. We got to boost the number of people we accept. I'm proud to have been the first governor saying, send us your Syrian refugees. I'm proud to have been the first governor to stand up against Donald Trump's Muslim ban. I'm proud to have sued him 21 times and beat him 21 times in a row. I'm ready for November 2020.
Go ahead, Mayor de Blasio, please, your response.
2 points. One, it's all kind of a charade because there's 11 million people here, and everyone in theory has broken the law, but they're part of our communities now. They're part of our economy. They're our neighbors. Why are we even discussing on one level whether it's a civil penalty or a criminal penalty when it's an American reality? And what we need is comprehensive immigration reform once and for all to fix it. Second, Vice President Biden, I didn't hear your response when the issue came up of all those deportations. You were Vice President of the United States. I didn't hear whether you tried to stop them or not using your power, your influence in the White House. Did you think it was a good idea, or do you think it was something that needed to be stopped?
The president came along, and he's the guy that came up with the idea, first time ever, of dealing with the Dreamers. He put that into law. He talked about a comprehensive plan, which he laid before the Congress, saying that we should find a pathway to citizenship for people. He said we should up the number of people that we're able to bring into this country. Lastly, he also pointed out that we should go to the source of the problem and fix it where people were leaving in the first place. So he did. To compare him to Donald Trump, I think, is absolutely bizarre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice President. Congresswoman Gabbard, you are a co-sponsor of the College for All Act, which would make public colleges and universities free for all Americans. One of the authors of that plan, Senator Sanders, believes college should be tuition-free for undocumented immigrants as well. Do you?
I don't. I think it's important for us to fix our legal immigration system and look at the millions of undocumented immigrants in this country who have been suffering as they've been living in the shadows. And instead of putting a Band-Aid on this problem, fix our legal immigration system to provide them with that pathway to legal residency or citizenship so that they're no longer treated as second-class citizens in this country. We've got to look at the challenge that people all across this country are facing under crushing student debt. This is something that is impacting my generation in a huge way, and I believe that it is our generation that has the bold, creative solutions to be able to solve it. This is about promise for our future, and we've got to make those kinds of investments.
Thank you, Congresswoman. Mayor de Blasio, what's your response?
Yeah, I agree with the Congress member, but I don't hear an answer from the Vice President. I'm confused. I asked the Vice President point blank, did he use his power to stop those deportations? He went right around the question. Mr. Vice President, you want to be President of the United States, you need to be able to answer the tough questions. I guarantee you, if you're debating Donald Trump, he's not going to let you off the hook. So did you say those deportations were a good idea? Or did you go to the president and say, this is a mistake, we shouldn't do it? Which one?
I was vice president. I am not the president. I keep my recommendation in private. Unlike you, I expect you would go ahead and say whatever was said privately with him. That's not what I do. What I do say to you is he moved to fundamentally change the system. That's what he did. That's what he did. But much more has to be done. Much more has to be done.
I still don't hear an answer.
Senator Booker, please respond.
Well, a couple things. First of all, Mr. Vice President, you can't have it both ways. You invoke President Obama more than anybody in this campaign. You can't do it when it's convenient and then dodge it when it's not. And the second thing, and this really irks me because I heard the Vice President say that, if you got a PhD, you can come right into this country. Well, that's playing into what the Republicans want, to pit some immigrants against other immigrants. Some are from shithole countries and some are from worthy countries. We need to reform this whole immigration system and begin to be the country that says, Everyone has worth and dignity, and this should be a country that honors for everyone. Don't let the Republicans divide this party against itself.
Senator, thank you. Mr. Vice President,
The
your
fact
response.
is, that's what I said about this country. We are a country of immigrants. All of us. All of us. Some here came against their will. Others came because they, in fact, thought they could fundamentally change their lives. And they did. The statute of send us your. That's what we're talking about. That's what made us great. And the fact of the matter is, I think the President of the United States, Barack Obama, went out of his way to try to change the system, and he got pushed back significantly.
Senator Gillibrand, what's your response?
Again, President Trump, under his administration, 7 children died in his custody. Under his administration, families have been torn apart. This party is talking about real ideas for the future. We're talking about what we will do to change America. But we must not forget about our values. We used to believe in this country you should treat others the way you want to be treated. We used to believe in this country we should care about the least among us. Let's remind the American people who we are, why we are Democrats, and why we're running for president.
Joe Biden said he wouldn't deport like Obama did. And then he said something. He said, if you have a PhD, you should get a 7-year green card, which
Goes back away.
is, something. Yeah, I think some people called him out on that later, which I kind of agree with. I think it's not I mean, how many of these people talk about, like, my grandfather came to this country as a poor stonemason and he didn't have but the shirt on his back and stuff. How many of these, and then yet again, they'll fight Republicans by saying, no, my parents were immigrants and stuff. And it's like, but now he's going to talk about, oh, you have to have a PhD and then we'll only give you 7 years on a green card, but you have to help America with your PhD, right? Like, we want the smart immigrants. It's like, that's halfway over to the Republican side. So, and it shouldn't be, it shouldn't be about that. It's like, I mean, rightly or wrongly, the American economy depends on underpaid immigrant labor. And probably
it's a messed up system, but it's like, it's I don't know. People have pretty short sighted. And then there's that Ken Cuccinelli guy saying that we should change the poem on the Statue of Liberty.
As long as the public charge rule has been in effect since the late 1800s, so they've also been almost as long. The words at the base of the Statue of Liberty that read, "Give us your tired, your poor." You are implementing a public charge rule for the first time. Is that sentiment, "Give us your tired, your poor," still operative in the United States, or should those words come down? Should the plaque come down off the Statue of Liberty?
Well, I'm certainly not prepared to take anything down off the Statue of Liberty. We have a long history of being one of the most welcoming nations in the world on a lot of bases. I do not think by any means we're ready to take anything off the Statue of Liberty.
Would you also agree that Emma Lazarus's words etched on the Statue of Liberty, "Give me your tired, your poor," are also part of the American ethos?
They certainly are. Give me your tired and your poor who can stand on their own 2 feet and who will not become a public charge.
Yeah. It's, the fact that the Second Amendment folks haven't risen up against the tyranny already tells you that they never will. And that we might as well just wrap up the damn Second Amendment because, like, they're ripping up the Constitution, they're ripping up the the Statue of Liberty, the principles of our nation. Like, it's disgusting, disgraceful. Let's see. Yang says machines are the problem, not immigrants. So once again, we need to give everybody $1,000 a month, which is something that he tried to bring it back to every single time. Of course, he's kind of a. we ding Jay Inslee for being a one-trick pony, but Andrew Yang is a little bit like that too with that thing.
Yeah, for sure.
Jay Inslee said, "No longer allow a white nationalist president. Send us your Syrian refugees." Okay. Gabbard said, "No free college for immigrants."
Yeah, I thought that was an interesting stand to take.
Yeah, we want them to come to our country, but we want them to be a permanent underclass with no chance to better themselves. Booker says decriminalize border crossing. Let's see. He said, Mr. President, you can't have it both ways. Oh God, I can't read my own handwriting. Okay. He said, Mr. Vice President, you can't have it both ways. You invoke President Obama. Let's see. You're gonna have to drop the audio in here because this is the part where he says you can't invoke Obama when it helps you and then run away from Obama when it hurts you or something.
Yeah, I thought that was a pretty good line because, that is kind of true. I mean, he does kind of run on that Obama glow, but then whenever it gets difficult, he's like, well, I was just the vice president, so,
Yeah. And Cory Booker also said, and he dinged Biden on the thing about the PhD stuff. He said PhD versus shithole countries is Republican framing, which is correct. Yeah. Let's see. De Blasio seemed to support Booker. He said he tried to put Biden on the spot a couple times there. Yeah.
Yeah, that was an interesting little kerfuffle that they had. But yeah, this I don't know when this happened. Are you going to get to the thing about the op-ed from 38 years ago that Gillibrand brought up about Biden? Is that later?
What was that was about women, right?
Yeah.
Women. Let's see, race, climate crisis, economy, foreign
Yeah,
policy.
that's a little further down the list, I guess. But
yeah, I mean, we'll probably, we can definitely get to it. That was, something that happened. The frustration with these, these early debates is that for a lot of these people, we have to talk about things that really don't matter and aren't going to matter. And, even before they launched the attack, they probably realized it didn't really matter.
Yeah.
So.
Exactly.
I don't think anybody really thinks that Joe Biden thinks women should stay home in 2019.
Yeah. And
not that Joe Biden is not a problematic candidate, but
yeah, he is. But don't hit him on that. There's so many things today that you could find issue with that you don't need to dig up stuff from before. And look, if he felt that way then and he doesn't feel that way now, good. Maybe he evolved in the right way. Maybe he changed for the better. And should we really be holding people to account for what they say forever and they can't change? That whole flip-flopping thing never you were for it before you were against it. It's like, okay, good. Well, where are we now? Is it the right place? Well, then be quiet.
Yeah, that's definitely a point to be made. Yeah, although I think it's a fine line with flip-flopping because there are definitely some flip-floppers out there who.
Well, I mean, I think the reasoning behind it matters. Is it just political expedience? Is it actual you change your beliefs based on new evidence or what? But.
Let's see. Yeah. Did you have anything else on immigration or?
No, that's pretty much covers most of it.
Okay. Well, the next one was criminal justice. So
I want to turn now to criminal justice of Mr. Vice President. Senator Booker called your new criminal justice reform plan, quote, an inadequate solution to what is a raging crisis in our country, unquote. Why is Senator Booker wrong?
Well, I think he is wrong. I think we should work together. He has a similar plan. I think that we should change the way we look at prisons. Right now, we're in a situation where when someone is convicted of a drug crime, they end up going to jail and to prison. They should be going to rehabilitation. They shouldn't be going to prison. When in prison, they should be learning to read and write and not just sit in there and learn how to be better criminals. That when they get out of prison, they should be in a situation where they have access to everything they would have had before, including Pell Grants for education, including making sure that they're able to have housing, public housing, including they have all the opportunities that were available to them because we want them to become better citizens. That's the essence of what my plan in detail lays out. I'm happy to discuss it more in detail if the Senator wants to. And so I looked at it anyway. That's what I think my plan, I know what my plan does, and I think it's not dissimilar to what the Senator said. We should be working together on getting things done.
Senator Booker, your response?
Well, my response is that this is a crisis in our country because we have treated issues of race and poverty, mental health and addiction with locking people up and not lifting them up. And Mr. Vice President has said that since the 1970s, every crime bill, major and minor, has had his name on it. And sir, those are your words, not mine. And this is one of those instances where the House was set on fire and you claimed responsibility for those laws. And you can't just now come out with a plan to put out that fire. We have got to have far more bold action on criminal justice reform, like having true marijuana justice, which means that we legalize it on a federal level and reinvest the profits in communities that have been disproportionately targeted by marijuana enforcement.
Vice President Biden, I want to give you a chance to respond.
The fact is that the bills that the future president here, that the senator is talking about are bills that were passed years ago, and they were passed overwhelmingly. Since 2007, I, for example, tried to get the crack powder cocaine disparity totally eliminated. In 2007, you became mayor. And you had a police department you went out and you hired Rudy Giuliani's guy. You engaged in stop and frisk. You had 75% of those stops reviewed as illegal. You found yourself in a situation where 3 times as many African-American kids were caught in that chain and caught up. The Justice Department came after you for saying you were engaging in behavior that was inappropriate. And then, in fact, nothing happened the entire time you were mayor.
Thank you, Senator Booker. You want to respond?
Well, first of all, I'm grateful that he endorsed my presidency already. But I'll tell you this, it's no secret that I inherited a police department with massive problems and decades-long challenges. But the head of the ACLU has already said, the head of the New Jersey ACLU, that I put forth national standard-setting accountability. Mr. Vice President, I didn't interrupt you. Please show me that respect, sir. We have a system right now that's broken. And if you want to compare records, and frankly, I'm shocked that you do, I am happy to do that. Because all of the problems that he is talking about that he created, I actually led the bill that got passed into law that reverses the damage that your bills that you were, frankly, to correct you, Mr. Vice President, you were bragging, calling it the Biden crime bill up till 2015.
Thank you, Senator. Vice President Biden.
Number one, the bill he talks about is a bill that in our administration we passed. We passed that bill that you added on to. That's the bill, in fact, you passed. And the fact of the matter is, secondly, there was nothing done for the entire 8 years he was mayor. There was nothing done to deal with the police department that was corrupt. Why did you announce on the first day a zero-tolerance policy of stop and frisk and hire Rudy Giuliani's guy in 2007 when I was trying to get rid of the crack cocaine?
Mr. Vice President, there's a saying in my community, you're dipping into the Kool-Aid and you don't even know the flavor. You need to come to the city of Newark and see the reforms that we put in place. The New Jersey head of the ACLU has said that I embraced reforms, not just in action, but in deed. Sir, you are trying to shift the view from what you created. There are people right now in prison for life for drug offenses because you stood up and used that tough on crime, phony rhetoric that got a lot of people elected, but destroyed communities like mine. This isn't about the past, sir. This is about the present right now. I believe in redemption.
You, Senator.
I'm happy you evolved.
I want to bring in
but
Secretary.
you offered no redemption to the people in prison right now.
I want to bring in Secretary Castro. Your response, sir?
Yeah, I agree with Senator Booker that a lot of what Vice President helped author in '94 was a mistake. And he has flip-flopped on these things, and that's clear. But let me say, when we talk about criminal justice reform, there are a lot of things that we can talk about: sentencing reform, cash bail reform, investing in public defenders, diversion programs. I'm proud that I'm the only candidate that has put forward a police reform plan, because we have a police system that is broken, and we need to fix it. And whether it's the case of someone like Tamir Rice or Michael Brown or Eric Garner, where the Trump Justice Department just decided not to pursue charges, we need to ensure we have a national use of force standard and that we end qualified immunity for police officers so that we can hold them accountable for using excessive force.
Thank you, Secretary Castro. I want to bring in Governor Inslee. Governor Inslee, your response?
Let me suggest that people come out to the state of Washington and see what criminal justice reform looks like. Our effort to reduce racial disparity, I'm proud that I was the first governor to offer pardons to thousands of people with drug crimes. Now we're vacating more tens of thousands. We've eliminated the death penalty. And importantly, we've done this. When people come out of the legal system and they've done their responsibility to the citizens, we need to make sure they can get a job. We have banned the box so that people can actually get a job when they come out. And I've got to argue with my friend, Secretary Castro. We haven't just put forward a plan. We have adopted probably one of the best police accountability measures and train our police officers in de-escalation techniques so we have less violence.
Secretary Castro, your response to Governor Inslee?
Well, that it's much more than that, because what we see, and this was a good example the other day of the Department of Justice not going after Officer Pantaleo, that, Officer Pantaleo used a chokehold that was prohibited by NYPD. He did that for 7 seconds, 11 different times. Eric Garner said that he couldn't breathe. He knew what he was doing, that he was killing Eric Garner, and yet he has not been brought to justice. That police officer should be off the street.
Mayor de Blasio, why is that police officer still on the force, the one who killed Eric Garner? Please respond.
Let me tell you, I know the Garner family. They've gone through extraordinary pain. They are waiting for justice, and they're going to get justice. There's finally going to be justice. I have confidence in that. In the next 30 days in New York. You know why? Because for the first time, we are not waiting on the federal Justice Department, which told the city of New York that we could not proceed because the Justice Department was pursuing their prosecution. And years went by, and a lot of pain accrued. And in the meantime, what I'm working on is making sure, and I have for 5 years, there will never be another tragedy. There will never be another Eric Garner, because we're changing fundamentally how we police.
Thank you, Mayor.
But there's one last point I have to say about the Justice Department. The Vice President, for 2.5 of those years, Mr. Vice President, tell us, what did you do to try and spur on the Justice Department to act in the Garner case?
Thank you, Mayor de Blasio. Vice President Biden, you can respond to that.
We did a lot. Number one, we made sure we reduced the federal prison population by 38,000 people. Number one. Number two, we in fact insisted that we change the rules that police engage in. We provided for body cameras. We made sure that there were a lot of things that were changed in the process, but 38,000 people in the federal system were released under the system. And so the fact is that there's a lot we've done. But here's the deal. The fact is that we're talking about things that occurred a long, long time ago. And now all of a sudden, I find it fascinating. Everybody's talking about how terrible I am on these issues. Barack Obama knew exactly who I was. He had 10 lawyers do a background check on everything about me on civil rights and civil liberties, and he chose me, and he said it was the best decision he made.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Mr. Yang, your response?
I speak for just about everyone watching when I say I would trust anyone on this stage much more than I would trust our current president on matters of criminal justice. We cannot tear each other down. We have to focus on beating Donald Trump in 2020. I want to share a story that a prison guard, a corrections officer in New Hampshire said to me. He said, we should pay people to stay out of jail because we spend so much when they're behind bars. Right now, we think we're saving money. We just end up spending the money in much more dark and punitive ways. We should put money directly into people's hands, certainly when they come out of prison, but before they go to prison.
Thank you, Mr. Yang. I want to bring in Senator Gillibrand. You heard earlier Mayor de Blasio respond to Secretary Castro on the question of why the police officer who killed Eric Garner is still on the NYPD. Was that response adequate? Please respond.
No, he should be fired. He should be fired now. I sat down with Eric Garner's mother, and I can tell you, when you've lost your son, when he begged for breath, when you know because you have a video, when you know he said, I can't breathe so many times over and over again, when you know he used an illegal chokehold, that person should be fired. And if I was the mayor, I'd fire him. But as president, I would make sure that we had a full investigation, that the report would be made public. And if I wasn't satisfied, we would have a consent decree.
Let's see. Booker and Biden kind of went after each other here. Booker talked about true marijuana justice, which I don't know, sounds like I don't know. It sounds like something, doesn't it? It sounds like a band name or a song. I don't know. It could be something.
And true marijuana justice for all.
Like, that's
Metallica.
Maybe add that on the Statue of Liberty.
Maybe.
Yeah. Let's see. Biden talked about drug crime rehabilitation. Booker talked about true marijuana justice. Let's see. Biden said Obama knew exactly who I was. He had 10 lawyers do a background check on everything about me. Da 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 da. Let's see. Oh God, this is terrible. I can't read. Oh God. I'll take his judgment. Something. Stop and you hired. He's like, stop. You did stop and frisk in New Jersey. You hired Rudy Giuliani's guys or something.
Mm-hmm. I remember that.
And then Booker had his famous line, "You're dipping into the Kool-Aid and you don't even know the flavor," or something. It's like, oh, another one of these preloaded lines. Like, okay, yeah, okay, we know, Booker, you're trying to get the African American vote and stuff, and like, frankly, I'd love to poll how many African Americans are actually familiar with that expression.
Yeah, I was gonna say, is that even a
I
real
have a
thing
feeling,
saying anymore? Like, or
I'm
at
sure
all?
somewhere in America, like New Jersey, really? I don't know, but like I'm sure somewhere in America that's a colloquialism. But
Yeah.
I sincerely doubt that most African Americans were like, oh yeah, the good old home truth or something, just like my grandma told me. Or so, I don't think that that's a thing. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. I could be wrong, but I doubt it.
It felt kind of clunky to me. I mean, what do I know? I'm a white guy from the Midwest, so who knows? But
Yeah. Yeah, dipping into the Kool-Aid, you don't even know the flavor. Okay, I
ladies
know
and
he was.
gentlemen, can we just agree that Joe Biden is not lit?
Yeah.
As we say in my community.
Yeah. Oh boy.
He's not fly, fresh to
No.
death.
Yeah. Castro supported Booker and hold police accountable. Inslee and de Blasio said things. I didn't write them down. Booker also talked about the 94 crime bill, which, he said like Joe Biden was proud of it and calling it Biden's crime bill until a couple of years ago or something.
It's funny, though, about the crime bill, the assault weapons ban that they always talk about wanting to reinstitute was part of that. So, take the good with the bad with that one. So,
yeah, politics is complicated.
Mm-hmm.
Andrew Yang said, put money in prisoners' hands when they come out. Again, I'm sure it'll be $1,000 a month at a time.
Yeah, right. Absolutely. It's the freedom dividend, Shah.
Yeah, well, you got to give it to him. He's staying on message.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, let's see. Gillibrand said, fire Eric Gardner's killer. Harris apparently also opposed federal busing. So there was some complication there. Biden said Harris didn't desegregate two areas that were highly segregated of California. Again, this is one of those things where actual follow-up reporting on exactly what he was talking about and what those two areas were and what their situations were would be interesting. But, we don't get that in 2019. He said Google 1,000 prisoners freed from Kamala Harris. So I don't know. Maybe we should Google that. Let's see. Gabbard said Harris put 150 people in jail for marijuana violations and then laughed about it when she was asked if she ever smoked marijuana. She blocked evidence that would have freed an inmate from death row until the courts forced her to do so. Again, that's the thing that I'd really like to know exactly what the story was. Who was the inmate? What was the crime? What was the situation there?
Looking on PolitiFact now, and they're marking the 1,000 prisoner thing mostly true. So,
okay,
I'll have to research the other one, but yeah, it's these things that they just throw out. It's like, well, what was the thing that she said again?
She prevented the release of evidence that would have freed somebody from death row until the courts forced her to release the evidence. Gabbard said that about Harris. Yeah.
Right. Well, I do know the source of the laughing about smoking weed one because she was on the Breakfast Club radio show,
yep.
And they asked her about it, and I'll probably find the audio. And she said she was listening to Snoop Dogg.
What were you listening to when you was high? What was on? What song was? Oh my goodness. Oh yeah, definitely Snoop. Tupac for sure.
But then people like matched up when she was in college, and it's like Snoop Dogg wasn't out then, so or it's like whatever artist she said she was listening to, like rap artists while she was like smoking weed in college, was not an artist that was producing music while she was in college or something. It was like she was just like obviously making up a story to like seem like, yeah, I inhaled or whatever. Like
yeah. Yeah.
But that's another level of it. But yeah, looking on PolitiFact now for this one, Tulsi Gabbard and Harris. Let's see.
Death row.
Yeah, death row. Looking up here. Hold on.
Speaking of Snoop Dogg.
Yeah, exactly. It's complicated, I guess. It's kind of partially true and partially not. But yeah, I'll have to do some more reading on that. But yeah.
Okay. Bennett said fix the schools to fix the prisons. Inslee said get rid of the filibuster. So I don't actually remember what that was in reference to, actually, but yeah, those are the things that they said. Let's see. On race, I don't know. The only noteworthy thing I thought was Gillibrand saying, "I'll explain white privilege." Oh boy. We know mansplaining is a thing. Is there such a thing as womansplaining?
I don't know, but she does it. She's the master of it.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm pretty sick of Gillibrand, to be honest with you. She can go anytime now.
God, so much misogyny from you, Bob.
I know, right?
Yeah.
Senator Harris, you have also been quite critical of Vice President Biden's policies on race, specifically on the issue of busing in the 1970s, having benefited from busing when you were a young child. Vice President Biden says that your current position on busing, you're opposed to federally mandated busing, that position is the same as his position. Is he right?
That is simply false. And let's be very clear about this. When Vice President Biden was in the United States Senate working with segregationists to oppose busing, which was the vehicle by which we would integrate America's public schools, had I been in the United States Senate at that time, I would have been completely on the other side of the aisle. And let's be clear about this. Had those segregationists their way, I would not be a member of the United States Senate, Cory Booker would not be a member of the United States Senate, and Barack Obama would not have been in a position to nominate him to the title he now holds. And so on that issue, we could not be more apart, which is that the Vice President has still failed to acknowledge that it was wrong to take the position that he took at that time. Now, I would like to also talk about this conversation about Eric Garner, because I, too, met with his mother. And one of the things that we've got to be clear about is that this President of the United States, Donald Trump, while he has been in office, has quietly been allowing the United States Department of Justice to shut down consent decrees, to stop pattern and practice investigations. On that case, we also know that the Civil Rights Division, this is important, the Civil Rights Division of the United States Department of Justice said charges should have been filed, but this United States Department of Justice usurped, and I believe it is because that president did not want those charges to go forward, and they overrode a decision by the Civil Rights Division of the United States Department of Justice. Under my administration, the Civil Rights Division will reign, and there will be independent investigations.
Vice President Biden, I want to give you a chance to respond to what Senator Harris just said.
When Senator Harris was the Attorney General for 8 years in the state of California, there were two of the most segregated school districts in the country, in Los Angeles and in San Francisco. And she did not, I didn't see a single solitary time she brought a case against them to desegregate them. Secondly, she also was in a situation where she had a police department when she was there that in fact was abusing people's rights. And the fact was that she, in fact, was told by her own people, that her own staff, that she should do something about and disclose to defense attorneys like me that you, in fact, have been, the police officer did something that did not give you information that would exculpate your client. She didn't do that. She never did it. And so what happened? Along came a federal judge and said, enough, enough, and he freed 1,000 of these people. If you doubt me, Google 1,000 prisoners freed, Kamala Harris.
Thank you, Vice President Biden. And Senator Harris, your response?
This is simply not true. And as Attorney General of California, where I ran the second largest Department of Justice in the United States, second only to the United States Department of Justice, I am proud of the work we did, work that has received national recognition for what has been the important work of reforming a criminal justice system and cleaning up the consequences of the bills that you passed when you were in the United States Senate for decades. It was the work of creating one of the first in the nation initiatives around re-entering former offenders and getting them jobs and counseling.
Thank you, Senator.
I did the work as Attorney General of putting body cameras on special agents in the state of California, and I'm proud of that work.
I want to bring in Congresswoman Gabbard. Congresswoman Gabbard, you took issue with Senator Harris confronting Vice President Biden at the last debate. You called it a, quote, false accusation that Joe Biden is a racist. What's your response?
I want to bring the conversation back to the broken criminal justice system that is disproportionately negatively impacting black and brown people all across this country today. Now, Senator Harris says she's proud of her record as a prosecutor and that she'll be a prosecutor president, but I'm deeply concerned about this record. There are too many examples to cite, but she put over 1,500 people in jail for marijuana violations and then laughed about it when she was asked if she ever smoked marijuana. She blocked evidence. She blocked evidence that would have freed an innocent man from death row until the courts forced her to do so. She kept people in prison beyond their sentences to use them as cheap labor for the state of California. And she fought to keep cash bail system in place that impacts poor people in the worst kind of way.
Thank you, Congresswoman. Senator Harris, your response?
As the elected Attorney General of California, I did the work of significantly reforming the criminal justice system of a state of 40 million people, which became a national model for the work that needs to be done. And I am proud of that work. And I am proud of making a decision to not just give fancy speeches or be in a legislative body and give speeches on the floor, but actually doing the work of being in the position to use the power that I had to reform a system that is badly in need of reform. That is why we created initiatives that were about re-entering former offenders and getting them counseling. It is why, and because I know that criminal justice system is so broken, that I am an advocate for what we need to do to not only decriminalize, but legalize marijuana in the United States.
I want to bring Congresswoman Gabbard back in. Your response,
The bottom line is, Senator Harris, when you are in a position to make a difference and an impact in these people's lives, you did not. And worse yet, in the case of those who were on death row, innocent people, you actually blocked evidence from being revealed that would have freed them until you were forced to do so. There is no excuse for that. And the people who suffered under your reign as prosecutor, you owe them an apology.
Senator Harris.
My entire career, I have been personally opposed to the death penalty, and that has never changed. And I dare anybody who is in a position to make that decision, to face the people I have faced, to say, I will not seek the death penalty. That is my background. That is my work. I am proud of it. I think you can judge people by when they are under fire, and it's not about some fancy opinion on a stage, but when they're in the position to actually make a decision, what do they do? When I was in the position of having to decide whether or not to seek a death penalty on cases I prosecuted, I made a very difficult decision that was not popular to not seek the death penalty. History shows that, and I am proud of those decisions.
Senator Harris, thank you very much. Senator Bennett, a question for you. Why are you the best candidate to heal the racial divide that exists in this country today, which has been stoked by the president's racist rhetoric?
Yeah, first of all, the president's racist rhetoric should be enough grounds for everybody in this country to vote him out of office. That one thing alone should be enough. Second, Don, I want to answer your question by tagging on the conversation we were just having. This is the fourth debate that we have had, and the second time that we have been debating what people did 50 years ago with busing, when our schools are as segregated today as they were 50 years ago. We need a conversation about what's happening now. And when there's a group of kids in this country that don't get preschool through no fault of their own, and another group does, equal is not equal. And we've got a group of K-12 schools that are good because families can spend $1 million, and you've got the Detroit public schools that are as segregated as they were. Equal is not equal. And let me tell you something else, Don. I believe you can draw a straight line from slavery through Jim Crow, through the banking and the redlining to the mass incarceration that we were talking about on this stage a few minutes ago. But you know what other line I can draw? 88% of the people in our prisons dropped out of high school. Let's fix our school system, and maybe we can fix the prison pipeline that we have.
Thank you, Senator Bennett. Governor Inslee, what's your response? Governor Inslee, please respond.
You know, I approach this question with humility because I have not experienced what many Americans have. I've never been a black teenager pulled over in a white neighborhood. I've never been a woman talked over in a meeting. I've never been an LGBTQ member subject to a slur. And so I have believed I have an added responsibility, a double responsibility to deal with racial disparity. And we've talked on the way we do it, including ending the school to prison pipeline in my state. But I want to say this, and this is a common error, that every single senator on this stage, as much as I respect them all, they all have an enormous error which is going to prevent our party from making any progressive progress in the United States. And it is this. We are all going to work like the Dickens to get more Democrats elected to the Senate, right? We are going to do that. And I hope we're going to succeed. But if we get a majority in the U.S. Senate, because of the position of these senators, not a damn thing's going to get done. And I'll tell you why. With all their good intentions, and I know they're very sincere and passionate, and I respect them enormously, but because they embrace this antediluvial supermajority thing called the filibuster, Mitch McConnell is going to run the U.S. Senate even if we take a majority.
Thank you.
We got to get rid of the filibuster so we can
Thank
make
you,
progress.
Mr. Yang, Mr. Yang, why are you the best candidate to heal the racial divide in America? Your response.
I spent 7 years running a nonprofit that helped create thousands of jobs, including hundreds right here in Detroit, as well as Baltimore, Cleveland, New Orleans. And I saw that the racial disparities are much, much worse than I'd ever imagined. They're even worse still. A study just came out that projected the average African-American median net worth will be 0 by 2053. So you have to ask yourself, how is that possible? It's possible because we're in the midst of the greatest economic transformation in our history. Artificial intelligence is coming. It's going to displace hundreds of thousands of call center workers. Truck drivers, the most common job in 29 states, including this one. And you know who suffers most in a natural disaster? It's people of color, people who have lower levels of capital and education and resources. So what are we going to do about it? We should just go back to the writings of Martin Luther King, who in 1967, his book Chaos or Community, said we need a guaranteed minimum income in the United States of America. That is the most effective way for us to address racial inequality in a genuine way and give every American a chance in the 21st century economy.
All right, the next one was climate crisis. Let's see.
Let's now turn to the issue of the climate crisis. The United Nations says the world needs to cut all carbon emissions by 2050 or risk facing disastrous consequences. Governor Inslee, many of your fellow Democratic candidates say climate change is the biggest existential threat facing the country. You, though, are calling it the #1 priority in your campaign. What do you know that the others don't?
Well, I know the firsthand terrific impact of climate change on Americans across the country already. The family who I saw with their aluminum home, now just a pile of molten aluminum. They lost everything in the Paradise of Fires. The nonprofit in Davenport, Iowa, that was washed away in the floods. We have to act now. Look, climate change is not a singular issue. It is all the issues that we Democrats care about. It is health. It is national security. It is our economy. And we know this. Middle ground solutions, like the Vice President has proposed, or sort of middling, average-sized things are not going to save us. Too little, too late is too dangerous. And we have to have a bold plan, and mine has been called the gold standard. Now, we also need to embed environmental justice. I was in zip code 48217 in the Detroit neighborhood the other day, right next to an oil refinery where the kids have asthma and they have cancer clusters. And after talking to these folks, I believe this. It doesn't matter what your zip code is. It doesn't matter what your color is. You ought to have clean air and clean water in America. That's what I believe.
Vice President Biden, I'd like to get you to respond. Governor Inslee just said that your plan is middling.
There is no middle ground about my plan. The fact of the matter is, I call for the immediate action to be taken. First of all, one of the things that we're responsible for 15% of all the pollution in the country. He's right about how it affects people, and it affects neighborhoods, particularly poor neighborhoods. But here's the deal. In that area, there's also another piece. 85% of it is something I helped negotiate, and that is the Paris Climate Accord. I would immediately rejoin that Paris Accord. I would make sure that we up the ante, which it calls for. I would be able to bring those leaders together who I know. I'd convene them in the White House like we did in the nuclear summit, and I would raise the standard.
Thank you,
I
Mr.
also
Vice
invest $400 billion
Thank you, sir.
in research for new alternatives to deal with climate change.
Mr. Yang,
and that's
your
bigger than any other person.
The important number in Vice President Biden's remarks just now was that the United States is only 15% of global emissions. We like to act as if we're 100%, but the truth is, even if we were to curb our emissions dramatically, the Earth is still going to get warmer. And we can see it around us this summer. The last 4 years have been the 4 warmest years in recorded history. This is going to be a tough truth, but we are too late. We are 10 years too late. We need to do everything we can to start moving the climate in the right direction, but we also need to start moving our people to higher ground. And the best way to do that is to put economic resources into your hands so you can protect yourself and your families.
I was challenged by the Vice President. May I be heard on this for a moment?
Go ahead, Governor.
Thank you very much. Look, these deadlines are set by science. Mr. Vice President, your argument is not with me, it's with science. And unfortunately, your plan is just too late. The science tells us we have to get off coal in 10 years. Yes. Your plan does not do that. We have to have off of fossil fuels in our electrical grid in 15. Your plan simply does not do that. I've heard you say that we need a realistic plan. Here's what I believe.
No, I didn't say that.
Here's what I believe. I believe that survival is realistic, and that's the kind of plan we need, and that's the kind I have.
My plan calls for 500,000 charging stations around the country, so by 2030, we're all electric vehicles. My plan calls for making sure that we have $400 billion invested in technologies to learn how to contain what we're doing, creating 10 million new jobs. We will double offshore wind. We will end any subsidies for coal or any other fossil fuel. But we have to also engage the world while we're doing it. We have to walk and chew gum at the same time.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Just to clarify, would there be any place for fossil fuels, including coal and fracking, in a Biden administration?
No, we would work it out. We would make sure it's eliminated and no more subsidies for either one of those, any fossil fuel.
We cannot work it out. We cannot work this out. The time is up. Our house is on fire. We have to stop using coal in 10 years. And we need a president to do it or it won't get done. Get off coal. Save this country and the planet. That's what I'm for.
Senator Harris, your response?
I mean, I have to agree with Governor Inslee, and I'm going to just paraphrase one of your great sayings, Governor, which is we currently have a president in the White House who obviously does not understand the science. He's been pushing science fiction instead of science fact. The guy thinks that wind turbines cause cancer, but what in fact they cause is jobs. And the reality is that I would take any Democrat on this stage over the current president of the United States who is rolling it back to our collective peril. We must have and adopt a Green New Deal. On day one as president, I would re-enter us in the Paris Agreement and put in place so we would be carbon neutral by 2030.
Thank you, Senator. I want to talk about that with Senator Gillibrand. You are co-sponsor of the Green New Deal, which includes the guarantee of a job with medical leave, paid vacations, and retirement security for everyone in America. Explain how that's realistic.
So the first thing that I'm going to do when I'm president is I'm going to Clorox the Oval Office. The second thing I'm going to do is I will re-engage on global climate change. And I will not only sign the Paris Global Climate Accords, but I will lead a worldwide conversation about the urgency of this crisis. The greatest threat to humanity is global climate change. I visited a family in Iowa who water spewed into her home. Fran Parr, it tossed her refrigerator upend. All the furniture was broken, all the dishes were broken, and mud was everywhere. That is the impact of severe weather right now on families' lives. And so the truth is, we need a robust solution. When John F. Kennedy said, I want to put a man on the moon in the next 10 years, not because it's easy, but because it's hard. He knew it was going to be a measure of our innovation, our success, our ability to galvanize worldwide competition. He wanted to have a space race with Russia. Why not have a green energy race with China? Why not have clean air and clean water for all Americans? Why not rebuild our infrastructure? Why not actually invest in the green jobs? That's what the Green New Deal is about. Not only will I pass it, but I will put a price on carbon to make market forces help us.
Thank you, Senator. Congresswoman Gabbard, you are not a co-sponsor of the Green New Deal. Please respond.
Oh, first of all, this is personal. You can imagine I grew up in Hawaii, which is the most remote island chain in the world. So for us, growing up there, protecting our environment was not a political issue. It's a way of life. It's part of our culture. It's part of who we are. This is why, as a member of Congress, long before there was ever a Green New Deal, I introduced the most ambitious climate change legislation ever in Congress, called the Off Fossil Fuels Act. That actually laid out an actionable plan to take us from where we are today to transition off of fossil fuels and invest in green renewable energy, invest in workforce training, invest in the kinds of infrastructure that we need to deal with the problems and the challenges that climate is posing to us today.
Thank you, Congresswoman. Senator Booker, what's your response? Is the job guarantee in the Green New Deal realistic?
I just want to take, first of all, a step back and say that I agree wholeheartedly with Governor Inslee. It's one of the reasons why Greenpeace ranks me and him at the top of this entire field of their candidates on climate.
Close. Second, but close. You're just close.
I want to say very clearly, thank you, man. Thank you. I'll try harder. Look, the reason why is because, first of all, this problem didn't start yesterday. Science didn't become a reality yesterday. This has been going on for years. There was another president that would not join an international accord. Then it was the Kyoto Accords. I was mayor then, and I stood up in national leadership, joining with other mayors to say climate change is not a separate issue. It must be the issue and the lens with which we view every issue. Nobody should get applause for rejoining the Paris Climate Accords. That is kindergarten. We have to go to far advance and make sure that everything from our trade deals, everything from the billions of dollars we spend to foreign aid, everything must be sublimated to the challenge and the crisis that is existential, which is dealing with the climate threat. And yes, the majority of this problem is outside the United States. But the only way we're going to deal with this is if the United States leads.
Jay Inslee said, stop using coal in 10 years. He said, the climate crisis includes health, national security, and the economy. Harris kind of supported him. She said, science fiction, not science fact.
Mm-hmm.
Booker kind of supported him, said everything should be sublimated to the environment. Protecting the environment, which I think is, that's probably what we have to do at this point. I mean, it's, De Blasio talked about eliminating lead. Maybe it's a local issue in New York or something, lead poisoning. Biden talked about rejoining the Paris Accord. He kind of had some beef with Inslee, up the ante of the Paris Accord. He said by 2030, what did he say? All be electric, something, double something. Oh God, I can't read. Double, what is it? Do away with something with subsidies to fossil fuels. And it's like, I don't even know if it's a matter of doing away with subsidies. I think we have to go a little bit further than that at this point. So.
Mm-hmm.
Andrew Yang said, give people money to move to higher ground.
Hey, staying on message. Staying on message. I love it.
This is why, I don't know, I just can't take the guy seriously as a candidate. I mean, I don't know.
Hey, but we're talking about it, though. That's if his only real goal was to get it in the conversation. We weren't talking about it before this cycle, and now we're talking about it.
Yeah, we're
changing the game.
Yeah, we're talking about Hickenlooper and 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 Bennett as well. It's like we'll talk about anybody.
Yeah, right. Yeah. That's true.
Yeah. Tulsi Gabbard doesn't support the Green New Deal. Yeah, Gillibrand said green energy race with China, which is probably, I don't know, it might have to be a thing where we're competing with somebody to actually get it done. But yeah, that was kind of some things. Next section was the economy. I don't know. Did you have anything else about the climate stuff, climate crisis?
No, I think we covered most of it.
Yeah. Let's see. Okay, the economy.
We want to turn now to the economy. Secretary Castro, this was for you. Wage growth is up. Stocks are rising. Unemployment is near historic lows, including for Latinos and African Americans. You have all outlined plans, but you in particular, that could end up raising taxes. How can you guarantee that won't hurt the economy?
Well, first of all, there are a lot of Americans right now that are hurting. Just go and ask the folks that just received notice that they're going to get laid off by General Motors, or ask the many folks who are sleeping on the streets in big cities and small towns across the United States, or ask fast food workers that I joined a couple of weeks ago that are working for minimum wage and can't provide for their families or pay the rent. So the idea that America is doing just fine is wrong. Not only that, this president always likes to take credit, like he did this. We've now had about 105 straight months of positive job growth, the longest streak in American history. Over 80 months of that was due to President Barack Obama. Thank you, Barack Obama. Thank you, Barack Obama. So, you know, I believe that we need to invest in what will ensure that Americans can prosper in the years to come, making sure they have the knowledge and skills to compete in the 21st century economy, ensuring that they can afford the rent where they live, and that they have health care so that they don't have to worry about going homeless because they can't afford a medical procedure.
Thank you, Secretary Castro. I want to turn now to a question about trade, and for Congresswoman Gabbard. Many saw the Trans-Pacific Partnership issue as something that would be a critical tool to deal with the rise of China. You were against it. How would you ensure that the United States is able to remain competitive against China on the world stage?
By pushing for fair trade, not trade deals that give away the sovereignty of the American people and our country, that give away American jobs, and that threaten our environment. These are the three main issues with that massive trade deal, the Trans-Pacific Partnership. I think the central one was the fact that it gave away our sovereignty to a panel of international corporations whose rulings would supersede any domestic law that we would pass, either a federal law or a state or a local law. This is extremely dangerous and goes against the very values that we have as a country. What to speak of the fact that it would have a negative impact on domestic jobs and that it lacked clear protections for our environment. These are the things that we have to keep at the forefront as we look to enact fair trade deals with other countries to make sure that we continue to be a thriving part of our global economy.
So to be clear, Congresswoman, would you keep President Trump's tariffs on China in place?
I would not, because the approach that President Trump has taken has been extremely volatile, without any clear strategic plan, and it has a ravaging and devastating effect on our domestic manufacturers, on our farmers who are already struggling and now failing to see the light of day because of the plan that Trump has taken.
Vice President Biden, would you rejoin the Trans-Pacific Partnership, which, of course, the President Trump withdrew from? Please respond.
I'd renegotiate it. We make up 25% of the world's economy. In order, either China's going to write the rules of the road for the 21st century on trade, or we are. We have to join with the 40% of the world that we had with us, and this time make sure that there's no one sitting at that table doing the deal unless environmentalists are there and labor is there. And to make sure we equip our workers first to compete by investing in them now, in the things to make them more competitive. That's what we have to do. Otherwise, they are going to write the rules of the road. We must have the rest of the world join us to keep them in check from abusing.
Thank you. Vice President Biden, just to be clear, would you or would you not rejoin the TPP, yes or no?
I would not rejoin the TPP as it was initially put forward. I would insist that we renegotiate pieces of that with the Pacific nations that we had in South America and North America so that we could bring them together to hold China accountable for the rules of us setting the rules of the road as to how trade should be conducted. Otherwise, they're going to do exactly what they're doing, fill the vacuum, and run the table.
Thank you, sir. Mayor de Blasio, you also oppose the deal. Please respond.
Yeah, and I just want to ask this question of all the candidates, but particularly of Vice President Biden. President Trump is trying to sell NAFTA 2.0. He's got a new name for it. It's just as dangerous as the old NAFTA. It's going to take away American jobs like the old NAFTA, like it did to Michigan. And we cannot have Democrats be party to a new NAFTA. So, Vice President, I believe you're the only person on the stage who voted for the original NAFTA. Are you ready to say here and now that you will oppose a new NAFTA and that what you will believe in, which a lot of us hope for, is trade treaties that empower organized labor across the boundaries of the world and give working people power again, not just multinational corporations?
Yes.
Your response? Your response, sir?
Yes.
That's it?
No, he said, would I insist that labor be engaged? The answer is yes.
I consider that a victory.
Well, I love your affection for me. You spent a lot of time with me.
You know what? We believe in redemption, Joe. We believe in redemption in this party.
Well, I tell you what, I hope you're part of it.
Okay, I want to ask a question of Senator Bennett now. Senator, CNN reached out to Michigan Democratic primary voters for their most pressing question. Ferris from Flint, Michigan, has this question. Here in Detroit, our economy has seen firsthand how technology and automation can displace workers and create uncertainty around human job security. How would you balance these disruptions created by technology with the beneficial impact of technology on our economy?
Dana, this goes to the last question you asked as well, which is how are we going to remain competitive? It's not just about trade, which we were talking about earlier. It's about whether we're going to invest in this country anymore. Since 2001, we have cut $5 trillion worth of taxes. Almost all of that has gone to the wealthiest people in America. We have made the income inequality worse, not better, through the policies of the federal government. We've spent $5.6 trillion in the Middle East. That's 12 or 13 trillion dollars that, from the point of view of driving the economy in Michigan or anywhere else in America, we might as well just have lit that money on fire. We've got to stop doing that. And we need to invest in America again. For the money that we've spent that I just described, we could have fixed every road and bridge in this country. We could have fixed every airport that needs to be fixed. We could have fixed not just Flint, but every water system in this country. We could have made Social Security solvent for my children.
Thank you, Senator.
But we did none of it because of self-serving politicians in Washington, D.C., who voted for deals that were good for them,
Senator Bennett,
but not
thank you
for
very
Michigan
much.
or the American
Your time
people.
is up.
Oh, God, I can't read. Okay, 80 out of 105. I don't know what that means.
Obviously, it was monumentally important.
Yeah, in the moment, it seemed worthwhile. Okay, 80 over 105, Castro. Oh, 80. Oh, okay. I got it again. Okay, so he says 80 out of the past 105 months of straight job growth are due to Obama. So he said,
Oh, yeah. I remember that.
Obviously, Trump's taking way too much credit for the economy because, there were 80 months of job growth before he came in. And since then, there's only been 25. So, and it looks like we're about to go off the ledge on that if the economy crashes. So my big fear I meant to mention earlier was that we will go into recession, but it'll hit right as the Democrats coming in. And
Yeah, right. And they'll be like, thanks, Obama or Sanders.
Yeah, Biden, whoever.
Biden, yeah.
Yeah. But I think, the important thing is that we've had this, the crazy dip inversion or whatever it is that Trump was tweeting about the other day. The ratio dip, the 10-year grants or 10-year, God, what is it? Government bonds versus the 2-year government bonds.
The yield curve.
Yeah, the crazy inverted yield curve flip or whatever. Yeah, I think it's important that that's happened now because they said those have predicted the last 70 recessions. And my question then was, well, does it always predict a recession, or have there been cases where that flip has happened and it hasn't led to recession? And then the next day I read an article that said, no, it predicts it 100%. It's like there's never been a time in the past, however many times we've had the 60 or 70 years or something where the flip has happened and we haven't had a recession. So it seems to be extremely predictive. So the only question seems to be, when is it going to start? So let's see. Oh God, Gabbard said something. Remove tariffs on China. Let's see. Biden said renegotiate TPP, include labor, something like that. Something. Let's see. Gillibrand fought him on that. She said, this is the weird thing. She teleported an attack on Biden, an old op-ed about working women. I don't know. That's not really about the TPP, but okay.
No. I think she saw what Harris did and she was like, hey, I can do that.
Yeah, not so well.
No, not so well. Joe Biden is no Al Franken, Christian Gillibrand. Can't be taken down so easily.
I think I saw a thing that like Harry Reid or somebody wants Al Franken to run for Senate again.
I don't know.
Yeah,
it's probably too late at this point, but I still think he wasn't done correctly. He should have at least had his investigation or whatever.
Yeah. Let's see. Bennett talked about ending tax cuts, investing in infrastructure. Yang talked about giving women $1,000 a month to be entrepreneurs.
Of course he did.
Yeah, because I guess at this point the economy situation had shifted to women in the economy.
Women get that money too.
Yeah. Harris talks about fixing the gender wage gap.
Mr. Yang, women on average earn 80 cents, about 80 cents for every dollar earned by men. Senator Harris wants to fine companies that don't close their gender pay gaps. As an entrepreneur, do you think a stiff fine will change how companies pay their female employees?
I have seen firsthand the inequities in the business world where women are concerned, particularly in startups and entrepreneurship. We have to do more at every step. And if you're a woman entrepreneur, the obstacles start not just at home, but then when you seek a mentor or an investor, often they don't look like you, and they might not think your idea is the right one. In order to give women a leg up, what we have to do is we have to think about women in every situation, including the ones who are in exploitative and abusive jobs and relationships around the country. I'm talking about the waitress who's getting harassed by her boss at the diner, who might have a business idea, but right now is stuck where she is. What we have to do is we have to give women the economic freedom to be able to improve their own situations and start businesses. And the best way to do this is by putting a dividend of $1,000 a month into their hands. It would be a game changer for women around the country because we know that women do more of the unrecognized and uncompensated work in our society. It will not change unless we change it. And I say that's just what we do.
Senator Harris, your response.
I think that's support of my proposal, which is this. Since 1963, when we passed the Equal Pay Act, we have been talking about the fact women are not paid equally for equal work. Fast forward to the year of our Lord, 2019, and women are paid 80 cents on the dollar, black women 61 cents, Native American women 58 cents, Latinas 53 cents. I'm done with the conversation. So yes, I am proposing, in order to deal with this, one, I'm going to require corporations to post on their website whether they are paying women equally for equal work. Two, they will be fined for every 1% differential between what they are paying men and women. They will be fined 1% of their previous year's profits. That'll get everybody's attention.
Thank you, Senator.
Time for action.
Senator Gillibrand, what's your response? Will fining companies help solve the problem?
I think we have to have a broader conversation about whether we value women and whether we want to make sure women have every opportunity in the workplace. And I want to address Vice President Biden directly. When the Senate was debating middle-class affordability for child care, he wrote an op-ed. He voted against it, the only vote. But what he wrote in an op-ed was that he believed that women working outside the home would, quote, create the deterioration of family. He also said that women who were working outside the home were, quote, avoiding responsibility. And I just need to understand, as a woman who's worked my entire career as the primary wage earner, as the primary caregiver, in fact, my second son, Henry, is here. And I had him when I was a member of Congress. So under Vice President Biden's analysis, am I serving in Congress resulting in the deterioration of the family because I had access to quality, affordable daycare? I just want to know what he meant when he said that.
That was a long time ago, and here's what it was about. It would have given people making today $100,000 a year a tax break for child care. I did not want that. I wanted the child care to go to people making less than $100,000, and that's what it was about. As a single father, who in fact raised 3 children for 5 years by myself, I have some idea what it cost. I support making sure that every single solitary person needing child care get an $8,000 tax credit now. That would put 700,000 women back to work, increase the GDP by almost 0.8%. It's the right thing to do. If we can give tax breaks to corporations for these things, why can't we do it this way?
But Mr. Vice President, you didn't answer my question. What did you mean when you said when a woman works outside the home, it's resulting in, quote, the deterioration of family?
No,
that we are avoiding, these are quotes. It was the title of the op-ed. No. And that just causes concern for me because we know America's women are working. 4 out of 10 moms have to work. They're the primary or sole wage earners. They actually have to put food on the table. 8 out of 10 moms are working today. Most women have to work to provide for their kids. Many women want to be working to provide for their communities and to help people.
Let the Vice President
either you
respond.
don't believe it today, or what did you mean when you said it then?
In the very beginning, my deceased wife worked, but we had children. My present wife has worked all the way through raising our children. The fact of the matter is, the situation is one that I don't know what's happened. I wrote the Violence Against Women Act, Lilly Ledbetter. I was deeply involved in making sure the equal pay amendments. I was deeply involved in all these things. I came up with the It's On Us proposal to see to it that women were treated more decently on college campuses. You came to Syracuse University with me and said it was wonderful. I'm passionate about the concern, making sure women are treated equally. I don't know what's happened except that you're now running for president.
So I understand, Mr. Vice President, I respect you deeply. I respect you deeply. But those words are very specific. You said women working outside the home would lead to the deterioration of family. My grandmother worked outside the home.
So
my mother worked outside the home. And
Thank you, Senator Gillibrand.
So, well, he has.
I want to bring Senator Harris
Either
into
he
this
no
conversation.
longer believes it. I mean, I just think he needs to.
I never believed it.
Thank you,
okay.
Senator Harris. Please respond.
Well, listen, I mean, talk about now running for president and you change your position. On the Hyde Amendment, Vice President, where you made a decision for years to withhold resources to poor women to have access to reproductive health care, and including women who were the victims of rape and incest. Do you now say that you have evolved and you regret that? Because you've only, since you've been running for president this time, said that you in some way would take that back, or you didn't agree with the decision that you made over many, many years. And this directly impacted so many women in our country. And I personally prosecuted rape cases and child molestation cases. And the experience that those women have, those children have, and that they would then be denied the resources,
Senator. Let the Vice President respond,
I think
please.
is unacceptable.
The fact is that the senator knows that's not my position. Everybody on this stage has been in the Congress, and the Senate or House has voted for the Hyde Amendment at some point. The Hyde Amendment in the past was available because there was other access for those kinds of services provided privately. But once I wrote the legislation making sure that every single woman would in fact have an opportunity to have health care paid for by the federal government, everyone, that could no longer stand. I support a woman's right to choose. I support it's a constitutional right. I've supported it. I will continue to support it. And I will in fact move as president to see to that the Congress legislates that is the law as well.
Well, why did it take you so long to change your position on the Hyde Amendment? Why did it take so long until you were running for president to change your position on the Hyde Amendment?
Because there was not full federal funding for all reproductive services prior to this point.
Okay. Thank you. Governor Inslee, your response?
I would suggest that we need to broaden our discussion. I would suggest we need to think about a bigger scandal in America, which is that in professions and careers where women have been more than the majority, they have been almost always underpaid. And that is why this year I'm proud to be the governor who won the largest pay increase for our educators in the United States. And I believe that that is long, long overdue. I think it is true for nursing staff as well. And I'm glad that we've now passed new measures. And I'm glad that we've increased our union membership 10% so unions can stand up for.
Biden said something about you changed your position, and Harris said you changed your position on the Hyde Amendment. There was some exchange there. Again, Bob, I'm reconstructing this from just my notes. I mean, you're going to have to work the magic with the audio drops in here, so that we sound, reasonably smart. At like we know we're talking about things that actually people said.
Yeah, well, no, I just watched that yesterday, so that part that you're talking about, and so I remember when she said that, and that was when she was like, "But you didn't change fast enough." It's like, come on, this is what we're arguing about, who did and didn't think things first. It's like, do you think it now? Like, it's is it whatever, for whatever reason, is it I don't know. That whole line of attack doesn't do much for me. But
yeah. Well, at our galloping pace now here, Bob, we are on to foreign policy.
Oh my.
I want to turn to foreign policy if we can. Senator Booker, there are about 14,000 U.S. service members in Afghanistan right now. If elected, will they still be in Afghanistan by the end of your first year in office?
Well, first of all, I want to say very clearly that I will not do foreign policy by tweet, as Donald Trump seems to do all the time. A guy that literally tweets out that we're pulling our troops out before his generals even know about it is creating a dangerous situation for our troops in places like Afghanistan. And so I will bring our troops home, and I will bring them home as quickly as possible. But I will not set, during a campaign, an artificial deadline. I will make sure we do it expeditiously, we do it safely, to not create a vacuum that's ultimately going to destabilize the Middle East and perhaps create the environment for terrorism and for extremism to threaten our nation.
Congresswoman Gabbard, you're the only veteran on the stage. Please respond.
This is real in a way that's very difficult to convey in words. I was deployed to Iraq in 2005 during the height of the war, where I served in a field medical unit where every single day I saw the high cost of war. Just this past week, 2 more of our soldiers were killed in Afghanistan. My cousin is deployed to Afghanistan right now. Nearly 300 of our Hawaii National Guard soldiers are deployed to Afghanistan. 14,000 service members are deployed there. This is not about arbitrary deadlines. This is about leadership, the leadership I will bring to do the right thing, to bring our troops home within the first year in office, because they shouldn't have been there this long. For too long, we've had leaders who have been arbitrating foreign policy from ivory towers in Washington without any idea about the cost and the consequence, the toll that it takes on our service members, on their families. We have to do the right thing, end these wasteful regime change wars, and bring our troops home.
Thank you, Congresswoman. Mr. Yang, Iran has now breached the terms of the 2015 nuclear deal after President Trump withdrew the U.S. from the deal. And that puts Iran closer to building a nuclear weapon, the ability to do so at the very least. You've said if Iran violates the agreement, the U.S. would need to respond, quote, very strongly. So how would a President Yang respond right now?
I would move to de-escalate tensions in Iran, because they're responding to the fact that we pulled out of this agreement. And it wasn't just us and Iran. There were many other world powers that were part of that multilateral agreement. We'd have to try and re-enter that agreement, renegotiate the timelines, because the timelines now don't make as much sense. But I've signed a pledge to end the forever wars. Right now, our strength abroad reflects our strength at home. What's happened, really? We've fallen apart at home, so we elected Donald Trump, and now we have this erratic and unpredictable relationship with even our long-standing partners and allies. What we have to do is we have to start investing those resources to solve the problems right here at home. We've spent trillions of dollars and lost thousands of American lives in conflicts that had unclear benefits. We've been in a constant state of war for 18 years. This is not what the American people want. I would bring the troops home, I would de-escalate tensions with Iran, and I would start investing our resources in our own communities.
Governor Inslee, your response?
Well, I think that these are matters of great and often difficult judgment, and there is no sort of primer for presidents to read. We have to determine whether a potential president has adequate judgment in these decisions. I was only one of 2 members on this panel today who were called to make a judgment about the Iraq War. I was a relatively new member of Congress, and I made the right judgment because it was obvious to me that George Bush was fanning the flames of war. Now we face similar situations where we recognize we have a president who'd be willing to beat the drums of war. We need a president who can stand up against the drums of war and make rational decisions. That was the right vote, and I believe
Thank you, Governor. Vice President Biden, he was obviously suggesting that you made the wrong decision and had bad judgment when you voted to go to war in Iraq as a U.S. Senator.
I did make a bad judgment trusting the president saying he was only doing this to get inspectors in and get the UN to agree to put inspectors in. From the moment shock and awe started, from that moment, I was opposed to the effort, and I was outspoken as much as anyone at all in the Congress and administration. Secondly, I was asked by the president in the first meeting we had on Iraq. He turned and said, Joe, get our combat troops out in front of the entire national security team. And one of the proudest moments of my life was to stand there in Afwa Palace and tell everyone that we're coming, all our combat troops are coming home. I opposed the surge in Afghanistan. This long overdue, we should have not in fact, gone into Afghanistan.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Mr. Vice President. I want to bring in, I would like to bring in the person on the stage who served in Iraq, Congresswoman Gabbard. Your response to what Vice President Biden just said.
We were all lied to. This is the betrayal. This is the betrayal to the American people, to me, to my fellow service members. We were all lied to, told that Saddam Hussein had weapons of mass destruction, was working with al-Qaeda, and that this posed a threat to the American people. So I enlisted after 9/11 to protect our country, to go after those who attacked us on that fateful day, who took the lives of thousands of Americans. The problem is that this current president is continuing to betray us. We were supposed to be going after al-Qaeda, but over years now, not only have we not gone after al-Qaeda, who is stronger today than they were in 9/11, our president is supporting al-Qaeda.
Thank you, Congresswoman.
Let's
talk about
Iran.
Thank you, please.
We didn't talk about Iran.
Please.
We're on a march to war in Iran right now, and we blew by it.
Please, Mayor, the rules. Please follow the rules.
I respect the rules, but
Mayor,
we have to
Mayor,
stop
thank you
this
very
march
much.
to war in Iran.
We're
and the
going on,
Democratic
and we're going to
Party
talk
has
about another
stand up
subject.
for it.
Mayor, thank you very much. I appreciate that.
I didn't take a lot of notes, but Booker said no artificial deadline for Afghan withdrawal. Inslee said he was against the war in Congress. He was, again, obviously a blow to Biden. I think Biden said, hey, I trusted George W. Bush, which, should be disqualifying already. I mean, that's a big part of why Obama beat Clinton. So
for sure.
Tulsi Gabbard, of course, talked about bringing troops home within 1 year. Let's see. Yang said bring troops home and de-escalate with Iran.
I thought you were going to say give him $1,000, but
yeah. Oh boy. Yeah, he couldn't do much with that on that one. Let's see. Mueller was the next issue.
Let's talk about now the former special counsel Robert Mueller's appearance in front of Congress last week. When asked whether or not the president could be charged with a crime after leaving office, his answer was yes. Senator Harris, you've criticized President Trump for interfering with the Justice Department. And just last month, you said if you were elected president, your Justice Department would, quote, have no choice and should go forward with the obstruction of justice charges against former President Trump. Why is it okay for you to advocate for the Justice Department to prosecute somebody, but President Trump, not him?
Well, I would never direct the Department of Justice to do whatever it believes it should do. But listen, look, we all watched his testimony. I read the report. There are 10 clear incidents of obstruction of justice by this president, and he needs to be held accountable. I've seen people go to prison for far less. And the reality of it is that we have a person in the White House right now who has been shielded by a memo in the United States Department of Justice that says a sitting president cannot be indicted. I believe the American people are right to say there should be consequence and accountability for everyone, and no one is above the law, including the President of the United States.
Senator Booker, your response?
My response is exactly that. I've read the report. I've read the redacted versions of the report. We have something that is astonishing going on in the United States of America. We have a president that is not acting like the leader of the free world. He's acting like an authoritarian against the actual Constitution that he swore an oath to uphold. And so this is a difference with a lot of us on this debate stage. I believe that we in the United States Congress should start impeachment proceedings immediately. And I'll tell you this, Debbie Stabenow now has joined my call for starting impeachment proceedings because he is now stonewalling Congress, not allowing or subjecting themselves to the checks and balances. We swore an oath to uphold the Constitution. The politics of this be damned. When we look back in history at what happened when a president of the United States started acting more like an authoritarian leader than the leader of the free world, the question is what will we have done? And I believe the Congress should do its job.
Senator Booker, thank you very much. Secretary Castro, what's your response?
Well, I agree. I was the first of the candidates to call on Congress to begin impeachment proceedings. There are 10 different instances that Robert Mueller has pointed out where this president either obstructed justice or attempted to obstruct justice. And I believe that they should go forward with impeachment proceedings. As to the question of what my Department of Justice would do, I agree with those who say that a president should not direct an attorney general specifically to prosecute or not prosecute. However, I believe that the evidence is plain and clear, and that if it gets that far, that you're likely to see a prosecution of Donald Trump.
Thank you, Secretary. Mayor de Blasio, I'm going to bring you in. What's your response?
I think it's obvious at this point in our history that the president has committed the crimes worthy of impeachment. But I want to caution my fellow Democrats, while we move in every way we can for impeachment, we have to remember at the same time, the American people are out there looking for us to do something for them in their lives. And what they see when they turn on the TV or go online is just talk about impeachment. We need more talk about working people and their lives. For example, are we really ready? And I ask people on this stage this question. Are we ready to make sure that the wealthy pay their fair share in taxes? That's something every American wants to know about. That's something they want answers to right now. So yeah, move for impeachment, but don't forget to do the people's business and to stand up for working people, because that's how we're actually going to beat Donald Trump. The best impeachment is beating him in the election of 2020.
Mayor, thank you very much. Senator Bennett, how do you respond to this conversation?
I think, look, as we go forward here, we need to recognize a very practical reality, which is that we are 4 months away. We've got the August recess. Then we are 4 months away from the Iowa caucuses. And I just want to make sure whatever we do doesn't end up with an acquittal by Mitch McConnell in the Senate, which it surely would. And then President Trump would be running saying that he had been acquitted by the United States Congress. I believe we have a moral obligation to beat Donald Trump. He has to be a single-term president, and we can't do anything that plays into his hands. We were talking earlier about climate up here. It's so important. Donald Trump should be the last climate denier that's ever in the White House.
Senator Bennett, thank you very much. Secretary Castro, please respond.
But we need to be smart about how we're running, or we're going to give him a second term.
Please,
we can't do it.
Well, let me first say that I really do believe that we can walk and chew gum at the same time. All of us have a vision for the future of the country that we're articulating to the American people. We're going to continue to do that. We have an election coming up. At the same time, Senator, I think that too many folks in the Senate and in the Congress have been spooked by 1998. I believe that the times are different. And in fact, I think that folks are making a mistake by not pursuing impeachment. The Mueller report clearly details that he deserves it. And what's going to happen in the fall of next year, of 2020, if they don't impeach him, is he's going to say, you see, the Democrats didn't go after me on impeachment. And you know why? Because I didn't do anything wrong. These folks that always investigate me, they're always trying to go after me. When it came down to it, they didn't go after me there because I didn't do anything wrong. Conversely, if Mitch McConnell is the one that lets him off the hook, we're going to be able to say, well, sure, they impeached him in the House,
Castro,
but his friend Mitch McConnell, Moscow Mitch, let him off the hook.
Senator Bennett, please respond.
I don't disagree with that. You just said it better than I did. We have to walk and chew gum at the same time. It is incredibly unusual for members of Congress to be able to do that. And I'm glad that Secretary Castro has the ambition.
My brother can. He's here
That's
tonight.
what I was going to say. It's your brother that's giving you that good feeling about the Congress. That's what we should do.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, gentlemen.
Harris said allow Justice Department to pursue Trump. Booker says impeach now. We can, what did he say? We can Moscow Mitch, we can something.
Yeah, that got an applause line. I remember that.
Yeah, good. I think they need to keep, I don't think he should ever be called anything except Moscow Mitch for the rest of his natural days, which may not be many.
Sounds like it's sticking too, so I really hope he gets beat by Amy McGrath. That would be so sweet.
Yeah. Yeah, I hope he does too, but I don't know. She doesn't seem like an incredibly impressive candidate, but I don't know. Hopefully she'll work her magic in Kentucky there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think Booker is right. He said, let Moscow Mitch let off the president,
Yeah. Let him own that.
Make him pardon him, make him not do the thing he's supposed to do.
Yep.
I think that's the right move.
Yep.
Yeah, Castro said he was the first to call for impeachment, which is good and correct. I think it was him first, and then I think it was Elizabeth Warren, I believe, if memory serves.
Mm-hmm.
De Blasio said the best impeachment is beating Trump at the ballot box. Ugh.
Yeah.
Somebody's
Sorry, that survey says wrong answer.
Yeah. Somebody's, I don't know. Somebody's in the Pelosi camp there. Bennett says make him a one-term president. If we fail to impeach, Trump will use it against us. Yada, yada, yada. Bennett again, being the scared centrist that he is. I don't know. Yeah, that was most of what I got from the Mueller section. So, Oh, yeah. And then we come to the closing statements, also known as AKA plug your website, which
or not, or plug some imaginary website that doesn't exist.
It is time now for closing statements. You will each receive 1 minute. Mayor de Blasio, let's begin with you.
Thank you. For the last 3 years, we've watched Donald Trump pit working people against each other, black versus white, citizen versus immigrant. And why? So that the wealthy and the powerful he represents can hold the American dream hostage from everyone else. We can't let them get away with it. If we're going to beat Donald Trump, this has to be a party that stands for something. This has to be the party of labor unions. This has to be the party of universal health care. This has to be the party that's not afraid to say out loud, we're going to tax the hell out of the wealthy. And when we do that, Donald Trump, right on cue, will call us socialists. Well, here's what I'll say to him. Donald, you're the real socialist. The problem is, it's socialism for the rich. We, here in this country, we don't have to take it anymore. We can fight back. If you agree that we can stand up to Donald Trump and we can stand up to the wealthy, then go to taxthehell.com and join us so we can build a country that puts working people first.
Senator Bennett.
Thank you. Thank you very much. What I want to say to all of you tonight is we have been here before as a country. We have faced challenges that we've actually even forget, some of us tonight, how hard the people fought, how hard they worked, how hard they organized, the votes they had to take, the people they had to get to the polls to make this country more democratic, more fair, and more free. And now we have a person in the White House who has no appreciation of that history, who doesn't believe in the rule of law, who doesn't believe in the independence of the judiciary, who doesn't believe that climate change is real. I think that we have an incredible opportunity in front of us, all of us, to come together just as our parents and grandparents did before them and face challenges even harder than the ones that we face. But the only way we're going to be able to do it is to put the divisive politics of Donald Trump behind us and the divisive politics of the last 10 years behind us. We need to come together united against a broken Washington, make Donald Trump a one-term president, and begin to govern this country again for our kids and our grandkids who cannot do it for themselves. We have to do it for them. Please join me at michaelbennet.com. Thanks for being here tonight.
Governor Inslee.
For decades, we have kicked the can down the road on climate change, and now under Donald Trump, we face a looming catastrophe. But it is not too late. We have one last chance, and when you have one chance in life, you take it. Think about this. Literally, the survival of humanity on this planet, in civilization as we know it, is in the hands of the next president. And we have to have a leader who will do what is necessary to save us. And that includes making this the top priority of the next presidency. And I alone on this panel am making a commitment that this will be the organizing principle of my administration, not the first day, but every day. And if you share my view of the urgency of this matter, I hope you'll join me. Because we are up against powerful special fossil fuel interests, and it is time to stand up on our legs and confront the fossil fuel special interests, because that is our salvation, what it depends upon. So I hope you will consider going to jinslee.com and joining this effort. And I will close with this. I am confident and optimistic tonight, even in the face of this difficulty, because I know we can build a clean energy economy. I know we can save our children and our grandchildren. I know that we can defeat climate change, and we will defeat Donald Trump. This is our moral responsibility, and we will fulfill it. Thank you very much.
Senator Gillibrand.
Donald Trump has really torn apart the moral fabric of this country, dividing us on every racial line, every religious line, every socioeconomic line he can find. I'm running for president because I want to help people. And I actually have the experience and the ability to do that. I've brought Congress together and actually made a difference in people's lives. I also know how to beat Donald Trump. He has broken his promises to the American people. I've taken this fight directly to his backyard in Michigan and Ohio and in Pennsylvania, and I'll go to all the places in this country. I will fight for your family. It doesn't matter who you are. It doesn't matter where you live. It doesn't matter who you love, because that's my responsibility. And I've done this before. I started out in a 2-to-1 Republican district. I won it twice. I've never lost an election since. And I not only bring people together electorally, but also legislatively. I get things done. So we need a president who's not afraid of the big challenges, of the big fights. There is no false choice. We don't need a liberal or progressive with big ideas, or we don't need a moderate who can win back Trump, Obama voters. You need someone who can do both. And that's who I am. Please go to KirstenGillibrand.com so I can make the next debate stage.
Congresswoman Gabbard.
Thank you. Donald Trump and warmongering politicians in Washington have failed us. They continue to escalate tensions with other nuclear-armed countries like Russia and China and North Korea, starting a new Cold War, pushing us closer and closer to the brink of nuclear catastrophe. Now, as we stand here tonight, there are thousands of nuclear missiles pointed at us. And if we were to get an attack right here tonight, we would have 30 minutes before we were hit. And you would receive an alert like the one we received in Hawaii last year that would say, incoming missile, seek immediate shelter. This is not a drill. Seek immediate shelter. This is not a drill. And you would see, as we did, as my loved ones in Hawaii did, there is no shelter. This is the warmongers' hoax. There is no shelter. It's all a lie. As president, I will end this insanity because it doesn't have to be this way. I will end these wasteful regime change wars, work to end this new Cold War through the use of diplomacy to de-escalate these tensions, and take the trillions of dollars that we've been wasting on these wars and on these weapons, and redirect those resources into serving the needs of our people right here at home. Things like health care for all, making sure everyone in this country has clean water to drink and clean air to breathe, investing in education, investing in our infrastructure. The needs are great. As your president, I will put your interests above all else.
Secretary Castro.
Well, first of all, let me say thank you to you, Jake, Dana, and to Don, and to everybody here, and to those watching. This election is all about what kind of nation we're going to become. You and I, we stand on the shoulders of folks who have made beds and made sacrifices, people that fought in wars and fought discrimination, folks that picked crops and stood in picket lines, and they helped build the wonderful nation that we live in today. Donald Trump has not been bashful in his cruelty. And I'm not going to be bashful in my common sense and compassion. I believe that we need leadership that understands that we need to move forward as one nation with one destiny. And our destiny in the years to come is to be the smartest, the healthiest, the fairest, and the most prosperous nation on earth. If you want to help me build that America for the future, I hope you'll go to JulianCastro.com and on January 20th, 2021, we'll say together, adios to Donald Trump.
Mr. Yang.
You know what the talking heads couldn't stop talking about after the last debate? It's not the fact that I'm somehow number 4 on this stage in national polling. It was the fact that I wasn't wearing a tie. Instead of talking about automation and our future, including the fact that we automated away 4 million manufacturing jobs, hundreds of thousands right here in Michigan, we're up here with makeup on our faces and our rehearsed attack lines, playing roles in this reality TV show. It's one reason why we elected a reality TV star as our president. We need to be laser focused on solving the real challenges of today, like the fact that the most common jobs in America may not exist in a decade, or that most Americans cannot pay their bills. My flagship proposal, the Freedom Dividend, would put $1,000 a month into the hands of every American adult, be a game changer for millions of American families. If you care more about your family and your kids than my neckwear, enter your zip code at yang2020.com and see what $1,000 a month would mean to your community. I have done the math. It's not left. It's not right. It's forward. And that is how we're going to beat Donald Trump in 2020.
Senator Booker.
Thank you. First, I just want to give a lot of thanks to the city of Detroit. They're hosting us today, and one of the reasons I respect this city is because it has the kind of defiant love that I find in many American cities, including the city of Newark. And Detroit is turning around, and Newark is turning around because we let no one divide us, no one demean or degrade us or underestimate our worth. We pulled together and fought for common purpose and common cause. That's the history of this city. My mom is sitting there, who was born in the city of Detroit, born to a guy that was a UAW worker, my grandfather, who pulled his family out of poverty in the Depression. My grandmother joined him. She was really entrepreneurial, opened a pool hall and a laundromat right here in this city. That is the American dream, and so many of us have stories like that. But the dream of this country is under threat right now. Well, my mom's generation, 95% of baby boomers did better than their parents. It's now just a coin toss for millennials. We have a real crises in our country, and the crisis is Donald Trump, but not only Donald Trump. I have a frustration that sometimes people are saying the only thing they want is to beat Donald Trump. Well, that is the floor and not the ceiling. The way we beat Donald Trump is not just focusing on him. He wants to take all the oxygen out of the room. It's when we start focusing on each other and understanding that our common bonds and our common purpose to address our common pain is what has saved us before. It's what's going to save us now. That is the kind of leader that I am going to be as president of the United States, not just uniting the Democratic Party, but making sure that we put more indivisible back into this one nation under God. And if you believe like I do, please go to CoryBooker.com and join the mission.
Senator Harris.
So in my background as Attorney General of California, I took on the big banks who preyed on the homeowners, many of whom lost their homes and will never be able to buy another. I've taken on the for-profit colleges who preyed on students, put them out of business. I've preyed on transnational criminal organizations that have preyed on women and children. And I will tell you, we have a predator living in the White House. And I'm going to tell you something. Donald Trump has predatory nature and predatory instincts. And the thing about predators is this. By their very nature, they prey on people they perceive to be weak. They prey on people they perceive to be vulnerable. They prey on people who are in need of help, often desperate for help. And predators are cowards. What we need is someone who is going to be on that debate stage with Donald Trump and defeat him by being able to prosecute the case against 4 more years. And let me tell you, we've got a long rap sheet. We're looking at someone who passed a tax bill benefiting the top 1% and the biggest corporations in this country when he said he would help working families. We've got a person who has put babies in cages and separated children from their parents. We have someone who passed a so-called trade policy that was trade policy by tweet and has resulted in a tax on American families. So we must defeat him and then, in turning the page, write the next chapter for our country. And that has to be written in a way that recognizes what wakes people up at 3 o'clock in the morning. And that is my agenda, the 3 a.m. agenda that is focused on getting folks the jobs they need, getting their children the education they need, making sure they have the health care they need and the future they deserve. So please join me at KamalaHarris.org, and I thank you for your time.
Vice President Biden.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And thank you, Mr. Mayor, for Detroit hosting this. Look, I've said it many times, and I think everyone agrees with this. We're in a battle for the soul of America. This is the most consequential election any one of you, no matter how old or young you are, has ever participated in. 4 more years of Donald Trump will go down as an aberration. Hard to overcome the damage he's done, but we can overcome it. 8 more years of Donald Trump will change America in a fundamental way. The America we know will no longer exist. Everybody knows who Donald Trump is. We have to let him know who we are. We choose science over fiction. We choose hope over fear. We choose unity over division. And we choose the idea that we can, as Americans, when we act together, do anything. This is the United States of America. When we've acted together, we have never been unable to overcome whatever the problem was. If you agree with me, go to Joe 30330 and help me in this fight. Thank you very much.
Yeah, 9 out of 10 candidates were successfully able to do it, Bob.
I know, right?
And the man who was not able to is our current front runner. So just put that in your pipe and smoke it.
This is our this is our concern, dude.
Yeah. Biden, you're out of your element.
Yeah, absolutely. I just, that's the thing that worries me the most with Biden. Not what he said like 38 years ago, but that he can't keep things straight now, and he's having a lot of senior moments. And I don't. Obviously, Trump is disintegrating before our eyes on a daily basis too. But like, that's going to be a pretty depressing debate to watch if it's Biden, Trump, and they're just kind of like saying whatever falls out of their head as they like slowly I don't know, devolve.
Well, I think with Biden, what we've seen in the past few days here is that it's more than just senior moments, right? Like, I mean, the thing, you'll have to drop the audio in here again, but like the thing where he said like, poor and undereducated and should have the same opportunity as white kids or something. It's like, or, blacks or Asians. It's like,
we should challenge students in these schools to have advanced placement programs in these schools. We have this notion that somehow if you're poor, you cannot do it. Poor kids are just as bright and just as talented as white kids. Wealthy kids, black kids, Asian kids. No, I really mean it, but think how we think about it. We think, no, we're going to dumb it down. They can do anything anybody else can do given a shot.
That's not just a senior moment. That's actually revealing to us that you actually think that the opposite of, a poor and lowly educated person is a white person.
Right.
Which is,
exactly.
It's very similar to the thing that he said about Obama being like a well-spoken black man or something like before it's like, it reveals a mindset. These are not benign slips, right? Like this is, and everybody's like, oh, don't make a big deal about it. Da 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 da. He misspoke. His heart's in the right place. It's like, guys,
it's just not a good sign.
You guys are determined to run the Hillary Clinton playbook again. Oh, she's not that popular, but that's okay. Oh, she made a mistake, but that's okay. She can still beat Trump. It's like, I can see it happening all over again. Again, probably anybody could beat Trump. But I don't know. You put Biden in there, a guy who has notoriously never had a successful campaign for president.
This is not his first rodeo. He's tried this before, and it didn't go so well any other time.
Yeah. Once again, I feel like, the Democrats who are saying he's the safest bet and he's the, he's got the highest polling and he's the consensus candidate. They're doing the same shit that they did in 2016, where they,
This is exactly what they were saying about Hillary. Yeah. It's
and I think I see some of the same kind of establishment, weaknesses, really, just very strongly. Like, I know we talk about that a lot. It's kind of a thing we harp on, but it's just so true. It's like, this guy's going to get out there. He's going to say some insensitive stuff about race or gender or LGBT or God knows what. And then suddenly the media has a field day with it. And it's, he's on the same par with Trump and, with all the shit that Trump says. And, next thing you know, they harp on it and the right wing media runs with it. And the mainstream media feels like they have to not be biased. So they have to cover the same things the right wing is covering. And next thing you know, it's 4 more years.
Yep.
So.
Absolutely. Or 8 or 12 or however long.
Yeah. But I'm just saying it's criminally incompetent to do the same thing twice in a row and lose 2 times. If that's what happens.
Definition of insanity.
Yeah. So. I don't know. It's kind of a cliche these days, but yeah, it's like, it's so obviously a bad idea. And yes, he's popular with people who are not really paying attention, but you know what? I don't know. It's
got a long time until November 2020 to talk about all his flaws, but which is why I'm supporting John Delaney. So
yeah, right. Oh boy, I wish it had been poor Hickenlooper. I wish it had been Delaney first.
He's coming soon. I think coming soon to a dropping out ceremony near you.
Yeah. Well, let's see. Okay, so closing statements, aka plug your website. De Blasio said Trump's a socialist for the rich. Bennett said some things I didn't really pay attention. Inslee says we have one last chance on climate, and when you have a chance, you take it. Gillibrand said, please go to KirstenGillibrand.com so I can make the next debate stage, which is probably the most honest thing that was said all night.
Just getting right out in front of it.
It's very desperate, but very honest.
Oh, yeah.
Tulsi Gabbard said there's a new Cold War belligerence with China, Russia, North Korea. We're 30 minutes from launch. Jesus, lady, take it down a notch.
I know, right?
Whoa. Oh, my God. She said, incoming missile, seek immediate shelter. This is not a drill, but there is no shelter. It's all a lie. Jesus, lady, take it down.
Right.
Right. I can't. Yeah, tell her to stop. I can't deal with it. I don't know. Yeah, she was referencing like the tsunami warning or the hurricane warning. I don't know. I can't even with her, right? Like, right. It's just,
Exactly.
Julian Castro says, we'll say adios to Donald Trump. Oh,
yeah.
Good.
You're really putting
Gotta get a little Spanish in there.
Yeah, he really put the inflection on the adios. Like he definitely, he really gave it his all.
Yeah, yeah. Oh boy. Yeah, he was. Yeah. Um, let's see. Yang says no tie. He says I wasn't wearing a tie. Everybody made a big deal last time because I wasn't wearing a tie, and now today again because I'm such a rebel, I'm not wearing a tie again. He says I'm number 4 in national polling. What? I don't know what that is.
I think he meant on the stage. I don't think he means overall. Could be.
Okay. He said we're here. We've got makeup on our faces. He says, if you care about your family more than my tie or makeup, then visit my website. Booker says, Newark is very similar to Detroit. My mom's from Detroit. She had a business here, but for some reason we moved to New Jersey. He says, beating Trump is only the floor. It's not the ceiling. Yada, yada, yada. Vote for Pedro and...
all your wildest dreams will come true.
Yeah, there you go. Basically. Yeah. Harris said Trump is a predator, yada, yada, yada. She prosecutes predators. She's kind of a predator herself, basically, probably, for Trump, which is a good thing. I like the idea of Harris prosecuting Trump. I like that. But the thing is, then we've got 4 years with her, you know?
Who's she going to prosecute next?
Yeah, it's kind of like your you know, makeup sex or something after a long relationship or something. It's like, yeah, she did a good job chasing the last girl out, but damn, I don't want to stay with her.
Oh man, America's on a rebound.
Yeah, we better be.
Yeah.
Let's see. Joe Biden says 4 more years of Trump. He says 4 years. Well, okay, he screwed up his whole speech. He said 4 more years of Trump would be an aberration. 8 more years of Trump will change America in a fundamental way. No. You screwed it up. 4 years of Trump originally. That's no. 4 more years of Trump is not an aberration. 4 years of Trump is an aberration. 8 years of Trump. And not 8 more years of Trump. It should be 8 years total. Right. I know Trump wants to make it around 12. He says 8 more years of Trump will change America in a fundamental way. Science over fiction. Go to joe30330.com, which I don't think is a website, although it probably is now.
Yeah, it is now. Somebody else claimed it immediately. Obviously, should have thought of that first. And then I guess that was his text message campaign that you're supposed to text something to like Joe with like 30. He screwed it up altogether. That wasn't a real website. So.
Yeah. You don't got to be perfect up there. It's a high pressure environment, but like, I don't know. This guy, he can't say anything right. I don't know. Whatever. It's, America. If you vote for this guy, if you make him the Democratic nominee, you're really taking the country in your hands. So, yeah, I don't know. Anyways, those were my notes. That's what I've got for the second night of the Democratic debate in Detroit, Michigan at the end of July in 2019.
And we got another one coming up in September. We got 9 candidates that have qualified. Andrew Yang just qualified, making him the 9th. So I think the 2 that are on the cusp I read were Tulsi. She just needs another poll showing that she's above 2%. And then the Tom Steyer is the other guy that's on the cusp of making it. So the billionaire.
Bad. But once like bad things for Donald Trump, good.
Yeah, exactly.
So yeah, I do hope we start getting down to I don't know. I guess it's a good thing. We're getting a lot of ideas out there, and I think some of them are interesting. I will say, the $1,000 a month thing for all American citizens, that's an interesting idea, and it's good that it's out there. But I don't think we need to keep having to follow every word that Andrew Yang says in every debate just to get that idea out there. So
for sure. And
Inslee, with the environment, I hope he keeps going, but because really that's probably the number one issue in the world. Russia could wipe us off the map with nukes tomorrow and us survivors would still be out there trying to scrounge to find a way to survive in a global warming hellscape. So we do have to get our priorities straight. And the other thing is that's just so frustrating about this is while they all argue about various things like it costs $3 trillion, it costs $2 trillion, oh, it costs this much, da 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 da, is just like, and all the fighting with the Republicans and all the back and forth, and well, they say this and the other side says that, and we don't know which side could be right. It's like there are countries that have solved, all the problems that America has out there. I mean, I'm not saying that there's one country that's done it, but there are countries here who have solved this problem. There's countries there that have solved that problem, and it's like ancient Rome, right? Ancient Rome brought back certain aspects of culture or things from the various places that they conquered, and they had a successful empire. We have to be able to find the best solutions from around the world and implement them to solve problems that are crippling the country. We get the economy under control, we get global warming under control, we get the gun violence under control, and maybe, just maybe, we won't have all these scared, economically and, future-wise petrified, people turning to, racist fascists and stuff to get, to make themselves feel secure in an insecure world.
Yeah.
So
absolutely.
We gotta, really start finding solutions. And, the healthcare, most countries do it better than us. Most modern economies do it better than us. There's a way to do it. Gun crime, most countries that are not in a war zone do it better than us. There's a way to solve it. Racial issues. I mean, God bless America is the, one of the most diverse countries in the world. We are going to have some problems, but we don't have to have as many problems as we do. And it's unacceptable the amount we have. So,
Absolutely. Yeah. Did you see Cardi B's summit with Bernie?
Yeah.
That was
good.
pretty interesting.
Yeah, she's smart and helpful.
This is Senator Bernie Sanders. I am with Cardi B. We're at the 10 Nail Bar in Detroit, Michigan, talking about some of the most important issues that impact you.
Don't you ever feel scared that these people that run drug companies and these schools, it's all a business. And it's are you scared that you will get so many powerful people upset? I don't know.
Cardi, that's what I've been doing my whole life.
All right, guys, so this is Cardi and Bernie, and we're out here in Detroit at the 10 Nail Bar, because I love nails. You know what I'm saying? A couple of weeks ago, I asked my followers, what type of questions would you like to ask a Democratic candidate? Let's go, baby. And what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to advocate the youth in my community, because I feel like there's a serious problem right now in America. We have this bully as a president, and the only way to take him out is somebody winning.
We got to get rid of Donald Trump, obviously, because Donald Trump is an overt racist. He's way out there.
But right now, people are just not scared to show it.
Yes.
And we constantly see on social media police brutality against black men and against minorities. What are we going to do to change that? Because that is discouraging our people. It's discouraging us to fight. It makes us feel like we're worthless. We constantly see a man getting killed every day, and it seems like nobody cares, nobody's sympathizing, nobody's talking about it.
Obviously, we need to end all forms of racism in this country, from Donald Trump down to the local police department. We have something like 1 out of 4 young black men in this country end up in the criminal justice system. They may end up in jail, they may end up on parole, they may end up in probation, whatever it is. That is disgusting and beyond belief. All right. So, first thing we do is we make sure that young people in this country, black and Latino, Native American, whoever they may be, get the kind of education and job training they need so they can go out and get good jobs. We have to invest in jobs and education, not more jails and incarceration. Second of all, in terms of police brutality, if a police officer kills somebody, that killing must be investigated by the United States Department of Justice. Number three, we at the federal level make sure, do everything that we can to make sure that police departments look like the communities that they serve, not like an oppressive army.
I don't want people thinking that we're trying to attack the police. Because let me tell you something. There was this one time that I started to feel like I hate the police. They pigs. But there's a lot of cops that go in their jobs and they want to protect their people.
That's right. So we need police departments that look like the communities that they serve. We get rid of a lot of this militarization of the police department, which is a form of intimidating people in the community. Do you get nervous when you do your big performances?
It depends.
What about when you go abroad? Is that okay?
They love Americans over there. It don't matter what.
Well, not all Americans.
There is a lot going on when it comes to the immigrants. It's a very tough situation. I met a fan in one of my concerts, and he was telling me how he's a dreamer, and he was approved by DACA and everything, and now he has to get deported to Mexico, to a country that he don't know nothing about. What are we gonna do when it comes to the dreamers in this country?
Now, I'm gonna make a promise to you, all right? Here it is. Trump ended the DACA program with an executive order. In the first week I'm president, we're going to reestablish and expand that DACA program. There are about 1.8 million young people who have only known the United States as their home. They may have never visited Mexico or any place else in their life. This is where they were raised.
And we're not only talking about Mexico.
That's right.
It's immigrants from all around the world that are facing the same problem.
You got it. So what we do is we will reestablish the legal protections that the 1.8 million young people in this country today had under DACA. So they once again will have those protections, and I think we're going to expand that program to their parents as well.
Yeah. One of the popular questions are, how would it be possible to get free health insurance, free education, and how will our student loans will be forgiven? Because a lot of people think that it's impossible, and a lot of people don't want extreme socialism.
We are in Detroit, Michigan.
Mm-hmm.
If we go into Canada, what we find is that every man, woman, and child in that country has health care as a human right. So does the United Kingdom. So does Germany, so does Sweden, France, Norway, Denmark. Bottom line is, the current system works to make billions of dollars in profit for the insurance companies and the drug companies. That's its function. I want to change that.
People are just afraid to pay more taxes that they're already paying. So how do you think we could work around that?
Right now, the way we pay for health care is pretty complicated. Every month, there's a premium that you have to pay.
Yes.
And when you go to the doctor, you have to pay a co-payment. And often you have to pay out of your own pocket because your insurance may not cover this or that procedure. And then you pay in taxes for Medicare, for Medicaid, and for the Veterans Administration. So people have to understand that. No more premiums, no more co-payments, no more deductibles. You go to any doctor you want. And you do pay more in taxes depending on your income. The overwhelming majority of the people will end up paying less than they're currently paying in healthcare. Their taxes will go up, but they're not going to be paying premiums, deductibles, co-payments.
Like, what are we going to do about wages in America?
Good.
Like, for example, like me as a New Yorker, not now, but, you know, when I was not famous, I just felt like no matter how many jobs I get, I wasn't able to make ends meet. Like, I wasn't able to pay my rent, get transportation, and eat.
That is an excellent and important question, because right now we have tens of millions of people who are earning what I consider to be starvation wages. Can you imagine somebody today earning $9 an hour?
It don't make no sense.
No, it doesn't. How do you pay your rent? How do you pay for food? How do you pay for transportation?
Right.
You can't. And if you have a child.
Yes. And my thing is that, you know, certain people like to brag that there is more jobs now in America, but it's like, yeah, there's an increase of jobs given, but what are they paying
Right.
in these jobs? They're practically paying nothing.
You got it. That is exactly the issue. So you can get a job, but maybe you're going to have to work for 2 or 3 jobs.
Exactly.
Legislation that I've introduced, which was passed in the House recently, U.S. House, would raise that minimum wage to $15 an hour. And what we also have to do is make it easier for workers to join unions so they can sit down and engage in collective bargaining and earn a decent living.
You know that you have a mutual respect for FDR.
Did you want to talk about that?
Oh, well, you know, me and his wife, we have the same birthdays. I have a couple of reasons why I love FDR, you know what I'm saying? I feel like it's amazing because he became a president when America was in one of its worst times. And not only are you going through a depression, but you're also going through World War II. So you're trying to fix the economy while you have to fund a war. So it's like for me to know that a president did that, I mean, come on now, he did the New Deal. Like, that's the reason we have Social Security.
That's right.
So it just amazed me that he came up with all of those things, plus personal problems. Like, you know, he had polio and everything. And it's just like, goddamn, I love him. He's my favorite.
Well, I want to be your favorite after I'm elected, but we'll see. All right.
Bernie, do you think it's going to be possible to eliminate student debt? Because so many people are suffering these things, and I feel like it discouraged the youth to go to school.
Cardi, you are 100% right. You got 45 million people in this country who have student debt. Do you believe that?
Yes.
45 million. You have young people, 25, 30, they were told, you got to go to college to go out and get a good job, right?
Yes.
So they went $50,000, $100,000 in debt. Number one, if you can get into college, if you have the ability, you should be able to get a college education regardless of your income, and we're going to make public colleges and universities tuition free. Second thing, to answer your question, we are going to cancel all student debt in America. Now, how can we do that? We're going to do all of that by putting a very modest tax on Wall Street speculation.
I want to tell my millions of followers, we're here to educate you guys. I hope your questions have been answered. And let's just get more educated. Please, let's put our focus on these terms elections, because I don't think people understand how serious it is.
Cardi, can I just say one thing before we get off? A lot of people moan and groan, right? They don't like Donald Trump. They don't like the low wages. They don't like spending 50% of their income in housing. They don't like student debt. They don't like the fact they can't go to college. But all of that moaning and groaning and complaining doesn't mean anything unless we change the system, okay? Young people have got to get involved in the political process. Register to vote. It is not hard. It takes you 5 minutes. Register to vote. Trump does not want people of color to be participating in the political process. Participate in the political process. And then think about who the candidate is that is speaking the issues that are important to you, and then vote. If we have young people voting in large numbers, you know what? I have zero doubt but that Donald Trump will be defeated.
But thank you so much, Bernie.
Thank you so much.
Let's do the burn.
I mean, she was there in 2016 too. I remember. So vote for Uncle Bernie.
Yep.
Yeah, Killer Mike was on Bill Maher's show a few days ago, I believe. So.
Oh, cool.
He is one half of Run the Jewels and host of the Netflix show Trigger Warning. Michael Render, a.k.a. Killer Mike, is over here. Big Mike. There's that 1,000-watt smile. How are you? How y'all doing? All right. Mike, so glad you're here.
I'm glad to be here.
What are you representing there?
This is, Matt, I know we're going to get around to talk about capitalism some point.
Well, okay.
A couple kids sent me a big and tall streetwear brand called Brand. So they're chubby. They figured chubby kids could buy expensive shoes. So I invested in their company. I bought some of them.
Wow. Big of you.
Yeah. Literally.
So, all right, I got a million things I want to ask you. Let's just start with Jay-Z, because that's all in the news. Jay-Z has partnered with the NFL.
Yes.
I understand Robert Kraft is the one who brought them together.
Robert's gotten a lot of hip-hop points the past couple of years.
Isn't that amazing?
Yeah,
he's an owner.
Got Meek free, got jerked off. All in line with rapper shit. You know you like that one.
Okay, so
no insult, though. I like
right.
Mr. Kraft.
But the internet is on Jay-Z like Beyonce's sister in an elevator. I mean, because, of course, we had the Super Bowl, and Colin Kaepernick still doesn't have a job in the NFL.
Does not.
And there was a lot of pressure from a lot of people saying, you artists, Maroon 5 played the gig, but they got shit for doing it. Some people stayed away. Some people are now saying that Jay-Z is giving NFL cover. Eric Reed, he's a Pro Bowler for the Panthers.
Hell of a player.
He said, it looks like your goal, talking to Jay-Z, was to make millions by assisting the NFL in burying Colin's career. I don't agree with that, but I want your take.
Being a black American is a duality, right? And I navigated because I was raised in Atlanta. So in Atlanta, Super Bowl came last year. I stood up in one of the meetings and I raised hell about there not being a social climate involved. Meaning, I said at least you could have 12 kids shadow producers and learn how to produce a show. We have an arts and theater school that Outkast came out of, Tri-City. My school, Frederick Douglass High School, arts program. I was like, simple as that, you can do that, right? I saw how our communities got decimated when Major League Baseball kind of pulled out years ago. They found another genetic pool down in the Dominican Republic they could get much cheaper, right?
Are we still talking about Jay-Z?
Yeah, we are. Follow me. Because what we're really talking about is sports plantations and what fuels them, right? So the NFL is fueled by talent from black kids and poor and working class white kids that make good. Jay-Z has been a capitalist his entire career and a celebrated one because he was one of us that made it out the streets, made it in the rooms, and he did what he could when he should. When the Grammys did not show the hip-hop portion, Jay-Z boycotted. I know because I boycotted that same year. Only Grammy I ever won. I was sad as hell after. But I stood in solidarity. Jay-Z's play, I believe, not only gives us a seat at the table, young people, young black America, it doesn't destroy what Cap knelt for. What he knelt for was proper treatment of us by state agents, by police. That does not end with him getting a job. The same way him kneeling is not an insult to the military. It is, as an American, asserting your First Amendment rights, saying something is wrong. So on both sides of this polarized issue that we're given to narrow these wide issues and giving this narrow frame to argue, like Chomsky said, we shouldn't do that. Look for the tertiary agreements. I believe that if Jay-Z becomes his team owner, Cap gets a tryout.
Yeah, well, okay. Well, I won't read his whole quote, but the quote is basically saying, time for action.
Yes.
And to me, it sounds like he's been talking to Obama.
No.
You know, Jay-Z has. No. Because this is Obama to me.
Well,
let's do something real. Let's get something done. Let's not let the perfect be the enemy of the good.
But the African-American community would argue that Obama didn't do that. There are elements, the same elements that would argue that Jay-Z's betraying. There's an element out of the African-American community that's not very pleased with Obama. Now, I'm not here to castigate. I'm just simply saying we are not monolithic. No. We have different views. And around Jay-Z, there was a mayor in Atlanta named Maynard Jackson. When he took mayoralship, this is what he said. We're going to have a seat at this table, so 29% of any contract that comes across the city has to be African-American participated and owned. He couldn't find one African-American architecture firm at that time, so you know what he did? Hired black contractors to build the runways. He said, if you can build a driveway, you can build a runway. So although he couldn't include us in architecture, he got black companies like the Herman Russell Company working to build Fulton County Stadium, to build that. And that's what Jay's doing. And with that said, I'm a huge supporter of Kaepernick.
All right. May I ask a second question? You'll get more questions. Okay, so guns.
Yes.
Every time you're here, we have to talk about guns because
I don't know why.
Well, there was a shooting last week, and Cory Booker, Kamala Harris have gun plans out, and they're talking about these red flag laws. I bet you, I know that you're not down with that.
No. I can't be. I'm an African-American male. I live in a progressive city in the Deep South. I'm surrounded by white gun owners who have owned guns for generations, who agree with the president that's being compared to nationalistic and Nazi-like. I would be a fool to then give my guns to said government. Doesn't mean I have anything personally against the lobby to get Kamala and Cory in, whether it be a Senate seat or presidency. It means that I simply cannot, in my support of black participation in politics, that is an issue I cannot support.
Because a red flag means they're going to find reasons to take guns.
Well, they already have.
And I know you would say that they're going to find more reasons with...
Easy. The gun laws affect African Americans worse than first. You know how Dr. King got guns to be an issue? He filed for a concealed carry permit. Right. You know that in the Deep South, 70, 80 years ago, black men could buy shotguns, they could not buy rifles. Well, what's the difference? They both kill people. A shotgun can kill the Klan once they're 30 yards away. A rifle could kill the Klan at 100 yards away. I would want a dead Klansman 100 yards away so that he never gets within 30 yards of shooting my wife and children.
And... yeah. And you know, we already have, in my view, too many police. You know, there are 5 police forces between Malibu and this studio.
I've been pulled over by 4 of them.
Is that true?
They all let me keep my weed, though. That's how I knew you guys were much more progressive.
But, you know, there's the FBI and the DEA and the ATF and the TSA and ICE and federal and sheriff's department and the federal marshals and border and customs and state
cousin the cops.
But, you know, that's a lot of people with a license to kill who don't really share my politics, and they all love Trump.
Absolutely. Well, I can't say all, but a lot. Like I had a black cop call me last week who's a constitutionalist.
Cops
so I know
love Trump.
He voted Trump.
Yeah. Okay, so you're Atlanta.
Yeah.
There was a big conclave today with Mayor Pete was there.
Yeah, I'll be there
Cory
tomorrow
Booker
with
was
Sanders.
there.
Yeah.
Oh, you will be there tomorrow.
I'll leave right after here to fly home.
Oh,
My
wow.
wife's not happy about that. She wants to stay in Malibu and smoke weed.
Why would it be different in Malibu? I mean, weed is weed. That's what's great about it. It doesn't matter where you are.
Yeah, we got better strip clubs. You got better weed. We should meet in the middle. Green weed and black women, man.
Okay, all right. But, okay, so Mayor Pete.
Yeah.
What do you think about Mayor Pete? Because every time I turn on the news, they're talking about him, and they say, well, he's got a problem. You know, he's not down with the Brown.
I like his personality. I don't know enough of his policy. I know he ran into some issues around the police and in the South Bend area. My thing is, with police forces and any mayor, why do they seem to have control and volley over the mayor's office versus the other way around? Now, in my city, police seem to be taken to task more, right? There was a group of policemen who accidentally killed a black old lady on a false premise drug raid. They were sent to jail. Policeman killed the kid who was falsely accused of stealing a car and went to jail. That doesn't happen in other places. New York, de Blasio could have done something quicker. He did not. So he showed his cowardice. In Mayor Pete's growth into a national politician, he's going to have to get out in front of this and be tough and square. Dick Gregory said something years ago, God bless the dead. If you attack insurance companies and the police pensions, you will see a deceleration. Because he said, it's funny, you never see black cops accidentally keep killing white kids. Not that they're more spiritual or smarter. They understand that white people are not going to tolerate it. And the way that you don't tolerate things in capitalism is attack the money. If your police force is misabusing and using you and they don't look like you, find ways to attack their money. Find ways to attack their unions, their pensions. Find ways to attack the city's money, and you'll see change.
Okay.
Awesome.
And that's one thing. That's one thing I was going to say is, like, you know, the Warren versus Bernie thing and stuff too. Like, one thing that's interesting, I think one thing that's interesting is the black vote in America, right? Because that's a huge thing for Democrats. Mm-hmm. And, you know, it was big for Obama. Hillary didn't really have it as much. Mm-hmm. Elizabeth Warren has almost no support in the African American community, which is interesting and kind of worrying. So,
yeah, so does Buttigieg is also searching for that vote as well.
Yeah, I think these people are not. I mean, we can't do it without the African American vote. So,
absolutely. Well, I
something to
guess
keep
just
in mind.
making the case that if everybody does better, everybody does better is probably our best bet in that way as far as Bernie or Warren, I guess, because they're definitely pushing the economic solution. And, I think that the thing that people criticize them about is that they're not as focused on helping specific communities as trying to help everybody. So some people want
Yeah.
their specific, issues addressed, and they don't feel that they're as laser focused on that as they should be, and they're just trying to say, well, if we do this, it'll help everybody and everybody will benefit. So
Yeah. But I think Bernie was kind of like that, especially more so in 2016, and I think he's tried to modulate that a little bit this time. But I do think they need to be careful. I think I heard something from I forget if it was Politico's podcast or if it was from what was it, the Pod Save America or something, but they were saying like they had, I think it was Pod Save America, they had done a poll of like people or something in Michigan or somewhere, and they pulled a whole bunch of stuff, but one thing that pulled very badly amongst every group basically was reparations. Like
Yeah.
we've talked about the reparations talking point before, and I think Bernie's kind of jumped on it because in 2016 the kind of the a rising tide raises all boats argument that he was making was not connecting with African American audiences and stuff. But the thing was, like, reparations pulls badly with Republicans, independents, and also Democrats. It's like this is, I think we talked about it last time or something. I just said I don't see this happening. I don't see it being realistic. I see it being incredibly divisive. And so, we could talk to Ta-Nehisi Coates or whatever, but I just think it's a losing issue to try to push. So I do wish more people could see the wisdom of the rising tide raises all boats argument.
Yeah.
And I think it's correct.
No,
I
I
could
think
be
it
wrong.
is too. No, I think it is. I'm convinced by it, but I'm also
Yeah.
not a minority, so what do I know?
Yeah. But if the thing is, you can make things better for the minority, but if you don't make things better for the white working class as well, they're going to vote for a Trump again. Believe that, right?
Yeah, they're like, oh,
So-
you're gonna take from me to give to them? No.
Yeah, the grievance politics will be raised to
yeah.
11. It has to be a rising tide raises all boats. That's what I got to say. So.
All right.
Anyway,
Well,
yeah.
yeah. The natives are becoming restless here, so
Okay.
I need to start getting going here. But good chat with you, and thanks for taking so many copious notes. We'll try to do this closer to the time so it's a little fresher in our minds next time. And I think it's forget when exactly the date is of the next one, but I know it's in September. So
Yeah. I think if it's only one night, it should be a hell of a lot easier to get it knocked out pretty easily, I think.
yeah, I know. I'm so sick of talking about these also ran people at the edge of the stages.
Yeah. Yeah. But Bob, aren't you going to ask me about like what music I've been listening to lately?
Oh yeah, of course. What music you been listening to, Chad?
Bob, can Ed Sheeran write a song that is not a hit?
He's incapable.
I just heard his new song Antisocial last night. God damn. This guy can write music, son. Why is he so good? I don't get it. Like, I don't know. He's a weird dude in real life as far as I can tell, but like his music writing and his lyrics and his, everything is like, I don't know. The guy is pretty solid. So, and also there's this new techno guy. I forget his name. He's European. Oh God. Alan Walker, do you know him?
No.
Like, I'm just hearing his music everywhere. Like, I don't know. It's in Battlegrounds. He had the PUBG Mobile Battlegrounds game. He had a song or 3 or 4 songs in there. He's got songs everywhere now. He's doing collabos with everybody. So watch out for that, I guess.
Oh well.
I'm trying to think if there's anybody else, but I don't know. Hold on one second. Let me check my thing here. Library. Okay, Bob, I got one more.
All right.
Actong musician Dinosaur. It's some sort of K-pop, but it's a weird song. I haven't really looked into it, but the chorus is Dinosaur. It sounds like childish, but it's kind of like a R&B sort of thing or something. I don't know. It's interesting. Acton musician. So check that out.
Cool. Yeah, I've been catching up on Nipsey Hussle. I hadn't listened to him a whole lot when he was alive, but kind of in retrospect now that since he died, I've been kind of going back, and there's a good remix album of his vocals over DJ Premier from Gangstar as beats. And DJ Premier obviously worked with everybody from Biggie to Jay-Z to everyone else, but yeah, some great music there. So
okay, yeah, I'll have to check it out. Like that's somebody I never heard of until he died, and then there were so many like retrospective and retroactive things. Like, why didn't people like show this guy more respect when he's alive? And oh God, we've lost it. I'm just like, I'm sorry to say, but I'm like, who was the guy?
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
Sorry, I never heard of the
unclear.
guy. Like, is this a West Coast thing? I don't really, I'm sorry. I mean, sounds awesome, but I didn't know.
Yeah, well, there's a lot to pour through. You should give it a chance. It's good stuff.
Join the Rob Burgess Show mailing list. Go to tinyletter.com/The Rob Burgess Show and type in your email address. Then respond to the automatic message. Also, please make sure to comment, follow, like, subscribe, share, rate, and review everywhere the podcast is available, including iTunes, YouTube, SoundCloud, Stitcher, Google Play Music, Twitter, Internet Archive, TuneIn, RSS, and now Spotify. The official website for the podcast is www.therobburgessshow.com. You can find out more about me by visiting my website, www.thisburgess.com. If you have something to say, record a voice memo on your smartphone and send it to therobburgesshow@gmail.com. Include voice memo in the subject line of the email. Also, if you want to call or text the show for any reason, the number is 317-674-3547. Until next time.